So many possibilities. May we all find what we seek.
Honored to meet you. Go carefully.
I need a target.
You've got my attention.
Now webbing. Resonant forage. Resonant forage. Let's spray. Resonant forage. I need to get closer. I don't have a target. Call of the group. Web spread.
It's so weird seeing the Hikili suggested spell to press.
Resonant forage. Web spray.
I started watching the bench episode about the rotation helper, and I don't know.
AOE incoming.
What do you think? What do you think? Let's see if it has where I left off.
Pressing Blade Dance right now. It is off cooldown. It should be the first global, the #1 global priority here is Blade Dance. Like, that would probably help me a little bit.
I think there's some benefit directly, but also it couldn't. Like adding this to me doesn't hurt because I believe this is true. I'm not 100% on it, but I'm pretty sure the one button and the non-one button have the same priority. So like, if they were gonna add the one button anyways, this is just a free separate, addition using the same priority, just not on a single button. Which I think, if it helps, one or a couple people, that's better than not, considering it's basically free that way.
Well, this might be a growl goes down in this episode. I'm warning everybody here. Okay, I'm warning everybody here right away. This might be a growl goes down in flame episode. But so I mean, to say it helps people, like define help people. Like, okay, let's say I'm playing Counter-Strike and I'm new to Counter-Strike and I suck at aiming, and they put an auto aim in the game for me. Does that help me?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it helps me. It doesn't hurt anyone else. If you don't want to use auto aim, don't use it.
Revolting.
I don't think that this is.
Ground
Are you
refill.
referring to the one button rotation? Because I think that I feel differently about the two things. Are you referring to the Hikili game? Are you referring to one
Well,
button?
I just mean the argument.
Why did
that
my-
it doesn't hurt anyone.
Why did my dudes pull the pat on the right?
Actively versus players who don't want to read a guide, because I think that a subset of players who reads guides are already a very very hardcore subset of
let's
players.
tackle them one at a time, I guess.
Yeah.
Just start with the Hikili. I mean, the
Alarm
main
shrill.
issue with me having an issue with it is that it already exists, right? Like, you can just download an add-on and do it.
Revolting volley.
And, I mean, the more I think about it, the more I think that it's actively bad for the game that it just popped. I mean, to me, this is, like, almost no different from you know, like the solver, you know, it's like, oh, puts up a giant thing, like, hey, stand over here and then coordinate your group, right? Like, because the whole thing is, it's not actually teaching you anything. It's just there because you want to perform better without having to, like, look at a guide or something. And I would argue that I don't even think that's an unreasonable thing, right? Because WoW is so complicated, right? Like, my point is that I agree that there's a problem here, that classes are way too complicated, like synergies between abilities, there's way too many, and you have to look at way too many buffs and all this stuff, right? But my issue is like, okay, well, let's, you know, we're creating a massive band-aid here for some, like, this doesn't really fix the problem of classes being way too complicated and convoluted. Like, they've addressed that, okay, classes are way too ridiculous that you need to sit here and study for hours and use a Wowhead guide and, like, you know, compare shit and record your gameplay. Like, think about how good you feel you are at Shaman right now. Like, you're probably like, yeah, I'm okay.
I feel like I'm fucking terrible.
You're awful. How many hours did you put into it? Like, how many hours should it take for someone who's literally a professional fucking WoW player to be able to play a class?
I'm at 60.
You're a ranged DPS player. You're a professional WoW player. And you put in probably 100 hours
60,
on
I'm at 60. I'm at 60.
And you're at 60 and you suck at it.
Yeah.
Like, do you not sit there and think, wow, that might be a problem? Like, you know, a professional WoW player spent 60 hours and they suck at a class. Like, on one hand, I don't think that it's bad in some situations, right? Like, I think, number one, there should be a lot to master. And number two, like, having some classes be very complicated, I think is very healthy for the game. There's nothing wrong with either of those things. But just the average, right? The average class is way too complicated. And the average difference between, like, you know, how much damage you can do and how much damage you realistically do yourself is way too high. And I think that, like, putting in a one-button rotation is such a massive band-aid compared to let's look at these classes and try and make, like, some... I don't like using the word simplification because, like, you know, again, I don't want to scare people into thinking that I want to dumb down the game. Like, I like that there is difficulty in the game, but I think that, like, you know, how do you not look at a professional WoW player who plays ranged DPS for a living, spending 60 hours on Elite Shaman and then being like, yeah, I see. Like, that's got to be intimidating, right? For somebody who's like, if you're just getting into Ellie Shaman, and then, you know, someone probably told you that that's easy. You know, someone like, yeah, Ellie Shaman's not that hard, that's easy. You just press chain like.
I do think all of the specs in the game are roughly the same difficulty in terms of rotation. I do think the cap on, like, how much damage you can do is really high in World of Warcraft.
And the black blood will usher in a new
there's a part that I definitely agree with. Like, I think we all agree that things are pretty complicated, and adding an additional, you know, in-game version to supplement a beginner player is really useful. I will admit that I don't know how much, you know, things lighting up and playing Whack-A-Mole is actually going to help someone teach the rotation. But also, like, it would also be more useful, I think, if people could read their priority in game. You know, like, for example, you know, really simple example, Assassination Road. Keep your dots up, keep your dots up, and then use Envenom as your finisher, and then use Mutilate as your, you know, at a very baseline level. That could be useful to actually read in game. Because we don't need to go into the super in depth, like if you have overcharged combo point, make sure you hit those. It's just keep the very basic in game. That I think is very useful. It's something that I think, like, having a written, you know, you swap to Assassination, you read a quick thing that's just like, here's what you do. It is a partial dot, partial this. Here's the abilities that you want, your most important abilities. This is your cooldown. I think that could go really hard. And I think that's something that's still kind of missing there. And to me, the best analogy that I give it to is like hey, don't you guys have phones? Like, remember when they came out with Diablo Immortal? And it's like, you know, okay, it's fine that they're doing Diablo Immortal, you know, no one's like mad about it, but it's all the Diablo fans that are like, we love this. This is some huge announcement and acknowledgement that we need more content, and then this is what you give us. Like, I think, you know, exactly what you said about, you know, you took basically 5 seconds to think about what they could have done better, and it's like, so for instance, Arcane Mage. A big thing about Arcane Mage, you have a button called Barrage. It does a bunch of damage, but you lose all your charge. And so the whole point is you want to build up to max charge, and then you only want to press Barrage when you can get your charge back quickly. And so the whole name of the game is just
paying attention to your procs, what abilities do you have, knowing when you can press barrage and then build your charge back up. And so literally all it takes is some little in-game scenario that could probably take an intern, like, I'm sure some guy could make a little flash game for this in like, you know, less than a day and be like, you know, a barrage helper, and it just, you sit there and it gives you random procs and do you barrage or do you not barrage? And it could be this little game that you walk into the mage, you know, the mage tower or whatever PvE place, and you do it and you play the game and it teaches you when to use barrage. And it would literally make you so fucking good. And then there could be another game where it's like, okay, here's your surge window or your combust window or whatever, like here's 15 seconds, can you press every single global perfectly, and then it gives you a score of 0 out of 100 of how efficient you are, right? Like these are things that, number one, dude, people would have so much more fun with that. Like imagine you're some noob, right? And you're like, you don't know how to play arcane mage, but you go to the fucking mage tower in the lab and you're like, oh, I got a 99, I got a 99 on my combust. And then Twix comes in the chat, well, actually, Growl, I got a 99.4 combust. I was up all night doing the combust. You know, like this is how it should, like, teach us the game. This doesn't teach us the game, is putting these buttons in. And before, I know.
Hold on.
Angry comments.
In the comments on this video, people have already said, hey, they tried this with Proving Grounds in Mists of Pandaria and in Warlords of Draenor, and people were failing that.
It's on me and left by now, but I'm going to say this to everyone, just in case. There's a lot of discussion about accessibility. People who physically can't play or is a struggle to play or to press buttons, who don't have the capabilities. This is not what I'm talking about. I have no problem with trying to figure out ways and be novel and allowing more people to integrate and play more of World of Warcraft. This is not what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about this subset of people. I'm talking about specifically just average, you know, person with no restrictions or little restrictions to their mobility and their movement. Yeah. And so that's been a very common defense of like, oh, there's so-and-so person and they have this, you know, they're maybe quadriplegic, or maybe they could have this, or maybe they, you know, whatever. And it's like, dude, I can't imagine what it would be like to wake up tomorrow and not be able to play my favorite game. That would fucking suck. All the sympathy goes out to those people, and I do want to accommodate them. But at the same time, like, you do want to keep the game as it is, right? Like, you don't want to make weird changes to the game. And it's not like this, you know, there's a reason that they brought Max and Dratnos onto this talk, because this is not only targeted towards well, I mean, accessibility can be a high term, but this is not only targeted to people that physically cannot press the buttons. Like, this is a talk about add-ons, this is a talk about weak auras, about guides, you know, about advanced play, mythic raiding. He's talking specifically about competitive play. Like, bro, I have no problem. If someone wants to use a one button, do giga damage, you know, thing to solo quest and farm mobs and, you know, do follower dungeons, I have, you know, who cares about that? Like, I'm all for that. That's cool.
I think the one button stuff for people who, like you said, have these disabilities that they can't play the game at a regular capacity, I think that that's actually perfect for them. And honestly, as well, giving it like the GCD penalty, I think is like the right level of make sure that somebody doesn't get, I would say, accustomed to using this who doesn't need it, right? But I think there's a decent amount of people who don't really care about like getting good at the game. They just want to play as well. And I think also the one button thing can be good for them. But I don't think it teaches you how to play. I generally don't think it teaches you how to play. I think it's supplemental on being able to play the game, but it doesn't like teach you how to play in the right ways, in my opinion.
The issue that I have is saying, okay, well, there's two different things to talk about, right? Number one is when you talk about the GCD restriction or whatever. Yeah. There is a line that they can draw where they can perfectly balance this, right? Where, you know, for people with certain restrictions or just very, very beginners, it does something, but still is like nowhere near anybody even trying to put an effort in rotation. But that's assuming that they hit that, right? Like, they have to hit that mark perfectly. Very likely, there's going to be tons of players who get outperformed by this one button. I believe personally.
I mean, this is a 30% damage down. Like, it's not like a small thing.
Do you know how many times I've done a key with
20% of your globals, and then it's the wrong
you know-
APL. So.
Do you know how many times I've done a key and have somebody in the key do 50% of the damage?
Yep.
If I bring a Vade in, and let's talk about a 10 or a 12. I'm not even talking about a 2. I'm talking about a 12, right? If I bring a Vade into a 12 or like a 10, or I bring Dorky's Boomkin, you know, they're gonna, I mean, they will take a 30% hit and still beat you. You know, like if you're taking 30% off of a Vade's rotation or Dorky's rotation or Greg's Enhanced Shaman, I mean, dude, Greg's Enhanced Shaman was like doubling people's damage sometimes. You know what I'm saying? Like, my point is that while it's true that they could hit that mark, I don't, like, it's gonna help some people, right? Like, there's very clearly some percentage of the player base that they're going to wake up and they're going to hit a target dummy and then realize that if they turn on the one button rotation mode and just mash one button, their DPS is going to go up, right? Like, whether or not that's 5% of the population, whether it's 25%. And to be honest, the scary part is the more of a percentage it is, the more it helps people, right? If it only helps 2% of players, then it's like kind of a waste of fucking time, right? But if it's actually helping 25% of people perform better, well, that's an effective system, but also now 25% of the people in the game are, you know, feeling like they should use a rotation helper. Like, why wouldn't you? You're fucking trolling, right?
So I think it's just like important to go back. I posted a clarification from Blizzard as to what the thing actually does. If you want to pull that up, because Blizzard clarified what button is supposed to do. So the single button assistant and the assistant highlight basically just adjust your abilities and adjust that to changing counts. And it can swap between single target and AoE damage based on how many enemies you're near. But the thing that it don't do is actually very long. Obviously, it can't move your character or use mobility, which might be an issue if you're a caster. It can't change targets for you. And it doesn't use offensive cooldowns, which is probably fine. Doesn't use utility interrupts. Yeah, you have to choose when to use your cooldowns. It doesn't interrupt or use utility or CC, makes sense. It can't heal or use defensives, makes sense. And it can't use trinkets, potions, other similar things. Like, to me, all of that makes sense, but it's just important to know what this thing actually does, which is just help with the single target damage rotation.
Yes. Well, no, well, yeah, your AoE.
Yeah, your damage. Like, I don't think this thing will be able to, for example, deal with Destruction Warlock very well, because it doesn't know how or when to put a pattern. I'm pretty sure that's not even in the list of things that it can do.
Oh, yeah.
So, like,
there's going to be, this is the crazy part, right? Is there's going to be, in my opinion, a huge delta between all the different specs, right? Like, classes that have very fluid cooldowns of, like, you just sort of press it and you do big damage and you just do your same thing, those classes are probably going to be way more effective. The classes that can move while they're doing their whole rotation, you know, like a Red Paladin, for example, I feel like they're going to be way crazier than a class like, you know, a caster or whatever, or like...
Holy shit, Hakeli is so good!
That they need to press during their cooldowns. Yeah, so, but that sort of goes in more of my favor in the fact that it's very unlikely that they're going to be, like, very unlikely that they're going to be able to balance this to a good level, right? Like, imagine a BM Hunter. Like, shouldn't a BM Hunter, if your auto rotation freaking own, like, if you're just like, you just run around and do whatever you want and you mash one button, like, it should freaking own, right?
The only downside is I'm staring down at the rotation helper a lot here, rather than playing on instinct.
Overall, though, I think there is still something to learn from those who will use it, right? Like, oh, you know, like Kettle said, Blade Dance comes up, it always tells you to press Blade Dance next. Like, I noticed that. It's also a really noticeable stuff. Like, there are things that you're gonna subconsciously notice when you use this. So I think there is some benefit to using it, but also, you know, I think this is targeting people that are just doing open world content or want to do delves or collections, you know, that just really want to watch Netflix on one monitor and spam one button on while
Is the game going to console by chance? This feels like this feels like a move to the game going to console. No.
All right, so I'm gonna read you this quote, by the way, because everyone keeps saying that as well. This isn't the quote that I keep throwing at everybody. This is from Ian. This is him talking about both systems at the very beginning. This reflects us hearing people in the community telling us that they feel the need to seek out third-party resources such as Security or other guides in baseline competitive content. Quote that he used. So I believe that it's specifically meant for people who want to enter the raid or want to enter dungeons, and not just for solo.
I think the one button stuff is separate from the Hikili thing. I think the Hikili thing, yeah, I mean, it's more effective to have this Hikili-like thing than to try to have a guide on your second monitor written by some professional World of Warcraft player and try to digest what you're actually supposed to do with your rotation. I mean, you guys have done raid systems before, right? Like, you've done Sprocket on your Lock and Stock, and you got this fucking article on your left monitor, and you're like, you like try to like squint at it to figure out like, oh shit, am I on 5 or 6? And then you drop the drills in the middle of the room, and you're like, oh no, this is definitely the wrong spot. And you're just like, oh yeah, like. It's the same thing with like having a guide on your second monitor. It's not really effective.
I mean, overall though, the one thing that I think has been talked about that I kind of agree with is the GCD. They're like the penalty for the one button. I think is good, but I don't think it should be a GCD. I think it should be just a flat nerf.
It makes haste really bad too.
It makes things feel weird. Which maybe isn't a bad thing in hindsight. Like maybe they went for GCD because when you're doing a one button, you don't want to like just be doing this the entire time. Like especially if you're playing a fast class, you need to press the GCD every 1 second. Maybe the goal is to actually extend the GCD to make the game play a little slower, like Final Fantasy.
Right.
But if that's
sort of my impression of it.
Yeah, like if that's the case, great. If that's not the case, I do think as a learning tool, it's a little weird because you're not actually getting a quote true rotation. Everything's gonna be slower, and then the second you turn that off and try for real, you're gonna be relearning a lot of it, right? Like I could fit X number of casts between my fire breath or something.
Yeah.
And now I'm fitting like more because I don't have a GCD. So like, there's a little bit of oddness there.
Do you think the one button thing is an effective way of teaching people the game?
It's better than nothing.
I think it's virtually nothing. I think that both the one button thing and the Healy are virtually nothing. In terms of like what you said, here's the key part. What you said, Tanos, right? You acknowledge that there's a way that you can see and like have that be an assistant to you in learning the game, right?
Yeah.
However, that involves looking up a guide, looking up a rotation, knowing all the things, right? All the other things that you were already doing, and then just putting a Healy on top of that, right? So I mean, like, for them to make the argument that we're trying to add this into the game to simplify things, this does not replace anything. You still need to bring up the WoW head guide and the rotation and then the priorities when to use your cooldowns, and then you just put Healy on top of that. And Healy alone or one button rotation alone, I would argue that I just don't. I mean, I would be interested, but like, I think that I just don't expect it. Like, I played Ret Paladin, right? Like, I did a one button rotation.
Oh man.
Paladin. And I had no.
I think it was because myself and at least one other healer queued as heals,
if you go in
but
and press
DPS.
one button over and over and over again, just doing random things, how are you even gonna know what like? I couldn't even tell you what any of the buttons are named. I have no idea what priority it uses.
Templar's Verdict, Divine Storm, Judgment.
I mean, people would type like, you know, executioner sentence on the blobs, Keck W, and like I don't know what they're saying. Like I don't know what my guy's doing. I'm just running around pressing one button.
Now roll need
Like,
on this
I
for
learned
transmog.
virtually nothing.
Oh
I learned,
no.
like, virtually nothing when it comes to the one button. I don't know. Like I just.
Somebody had a 98.
I
Damn.
see that if you're a noob, the difference between you and somebody who's like spends a bunch of time studying and using add-ons is insanely big.
Do you think
it's
the
way
skill
too
ceiling's too high?
Yes, but
It is a bright day with
there's two
exceptionally
different
favorable winds.
layers to the
A
skill
perfect
ceiling,
day for a race.
There's the
Radia
balance
Vala, what's
of
up?
how much you're gaining, and then there's also the levels of complexity, right?
Okay.
Like, let's say there's, you know, in order to go from a total noob to a total expert, you have to like spend 1,000 hours mastering it, right? I think that time, it's too long. But again, like certain classes can take a long time to master. But then there's also like the individual things that like, okay, if you're doing this thing, you're getting way more damage. And I think like, you know, basically I made this tweet that was something along the lines of like, they're not reinventing anything by making a one button macro because button mashing already exists, right? Like, let's say you're playing somebody who's a total noob who's the first time playing the game and they're on a mage. It's like, okay, just press fireball. Like, just here's fireball, put it on your one key and just mash fireball over and over, right? And then like, that's what you do, right? You just mash a button over and over again. Well, the problem is that the difference between mashing one button over and over again and doing your rotation is so insane because of all these like stacking multipliers and talents and effects and procs and like, you know, maybe we just need to go back to pressing one button over and over again is like kind of good, right? Like if you're just mashing fireball, it's not so bad, rather than like trying to make a one button rotation that's cycling through all the, like, I don't know, it just seems so, like, it's almost like an April Fool's joke.
How do I
like,
make
you
the
know,
size
we
smaller?
realize the rotations are too complicated, so we're making it so you press one button and it does your whole rotation. It's like, why don't you just make better buttons? Like, why can't I just press one button and it's a good button? Why do all 19 of my buttons have to suck and I have to sequence them like a fucking Mortal Kombat fatality just to do my opener in every single pack? Like,
I actually don't think that the rotations are too complicated. This might be a hot take, but I actually don't think the rotations are too complicated. I do think the gameplay differences between players is most of where the skill ceiling is. More often than not, it's not like a difference in knowing your rotation. Like, oh, okay, the Moonkin rotation can really be condensed down to maintain your dots, make sure you're always in eclipse, cast your builders on your single target builder on single target, and yeah, cast your builder and your spender. It's really not that complicated, and it's probably like 5 buttons to play Moonkin. It's like 6 buttons to play Ellie Shaman. It's not really that complicated. It's more about, in my opinion, how you're moving your character in 3D spaces and min-maxing the opportunities you have to be able to do a lot of damage. And I think that those are kind of the two things. And a lot of bad players, they just miss globals. And like whenever I'm learning Ellie Shaman, I keep doing this thing where sometimes I'll like be stuck at like 85 Maelstrom, think I'm at 90, start to try to cast Ellie Blast, and I'm not casting shit. I'm literally just sitting there.
yeah, you're just standing there, right?
Yeah, exactly. You're just standing there. And that's a very common thing that happens. But that's not because the rotation is hard. That's because I suck. Like, there's not really...
Well, I mean, I hate to say it, but this is another reason why I think the one button rotation is just going to be such an improvement over so many people, right? Like, you look at the amount of time, like one of the best advice that you can give to a new player is always be casting, right? And you look at the VOD of anybody who's not an experienced player and they have lots of downtime, right? And probably rightfully so, because they're fucking thinking, right? Because there's things to think about and they're playing an RPG, and in theory it shouldn't be so bad to have this downtime. But you know, when you have a one button rotation, you know, maybe your 0.2 second GCD or whatever delay isn't even going to be that long compared to what the average person has to think about in their rotation. And another thing too is like, to sort of echo a little bit what Tettle's saying, is I don't think the complexity is necessarily too much, but maybe the punishment's too high. Like, for example,
how do I reset this?
When you make a small mistake in your rotation, you can do things that like totally butcher all of your damage for the next minute, right? Like, for example, Arcane Mage is like stacking up your Arcane Sturge with your Evocate, with your Touch, with 4 charges, and it's like, well, I fat fingered my Arcane Surge, and I like, now all my, like, I literally just do 0 damage for the next 1 minute because I'm a complete idiot, right? And everyone's typing Kek W, and it's like, you know, I'm not that bad to the point where I deserve to do half of the damage I did for the next minute because I messed this one button up. But in reality, there are a lot of things in WoW that are like giga punishing that maybe shouldn't be, right? And not all classes are like that. Like, I was listening to some talks about current Ret Paladin versus old Frost DK, how sort of like the new Ret Paladin is kind of like a breath build in a way where you're trying to like keep spending and keeping your cooldowns rolling. However, Wings is a 1 minute CD or whatever, and also it's like a lot less punishing if it falls compared to Frost DK, where if your breath falls after 20 seconds, you're in pain. Like, you're just like, I just ruined all my damage for the whole dungeon. And so, like, you know, maybe for certain classes very rarely can have like really punishing all or nothing sort of things, and that can be their archetype. But I feel like there's so many of those across so many classes. like one example I think was Venthyr Boomkin too. Like that was one where that was like a very, very special niche of like, even if you played Boomkin, you didn't even have to play Venthyr, right? You could have played something else, but this is one specific build of one specific class. And fuck it, if that's what they want, if they want to do some Giga Omega super damage, if they do their 30 button fatality combo perfectly, that's fine. You know, I think that sort of gameplay is fine, but it shouldn't be like so many different classes when you mess up your cooldowns or press one button wrong or do this, you're just like, your damage is Omega scuffed and you lose like 10% or 15% of your damage. Because that's where the one button rotation thing is going to own you, right? Is if you're just pressing it over and over and over again, you're not missing globals, it's not, you know, messing up the sequencing very much. Obviously it's not going to be perfect, but
It doesn't press your cooldowns.
Yeah. So,
well, again, so I was mentioning this a little bit when you got up for a second, but I think there'll be a huge difference between certain classes, right? Like for example, I'm sure there will be some classes where when you pop your cooldowns, it requires or really wants you to do a very specific sequence and order of buttons, and it just won't do it properly, and you'll just never do good damage on that class. With a one button, you'll never do a good damage with that class unless you somehow change the build. And I'm thinking something like an Arcane Mage, for example, right? If it doesn't do the Surge combo perfectly, global for global, if it does, if you don't know how to press Surge and then cue your touch and stuff after it, then it's gonna not do damage. You're never gonna do good damage. But there's gonna be other classes that basically, or like builds, for example. Like this is, I think, it's gonna be very common. Is people are gonna start developing one button builds where this, this is only 5%, 6% less damage than the normal build, but oh man, the rotation does this
play a
perfectly.
vital
And now
role
you're sitting
in the
there doing,
upkeep of
20% less damage than the top,
Water them
person
and help
or whatever, but
eliminate
that's still
the
really good.
pests
Like, so
that
I guess
burden
a
them.
question to you guys too then is, so let's say you're doing the one button single target rotation.
They
and
had
on,
this
like,
in Legion for
whatever
Moonkin.
class,
They
any
called it the
class.
dad
And
build.
What should your parse be then? In terms of, let's say you go into a normal or heroic or mythic, let's just say the fifth boss of the raid, pure single target. What should you parse in terms of today's standards?
What is our metric here? Normal, heroic, mythic?
Whatever you think. Whatever you think. I'm talking about specifically the fifth boss of a raid in any whatever difficulty you think.
Well,
because like mythic, right? Mythic would be very, very hard to describe, I think, because like there's a wide range of players that play mythic, but like okay, what about heroic? What about like any example?
People who play heroic and normal.
Well, any example of what you guys think would be fair, where you guys would be like, okay, Blizzard hit the line here, and this is fine. Like, this doesn't. What I guess like what do you envision for that? Let's use Ret Paladin. Okay, well I'll just be specific, and then you can change the variables if you want. Let's say I'm a Ret Paladin and I'm going into Sprocket Monger Lock and Stock on heroic, and I'm doing my one button rotation, and all I do is just stand in range of the boss and mash it, and I never die. Okay, what should my parse be?
30 percentile.
So, let me clarify here. Like, what percentile from the rotation only? Like, or like how bad is it compared to like if I was actually playing?
No, like literally, what would your parse be? Like, you walked into a pug today. Let's say you had the beta.
I had it.
You had it. And you stayed in melee. You stayed in. Oh, well, I mean, all you did is stay in melee and live. Right? Otherwise, mashing the button.
chewing holes in everything. I
I
want
think it's
them
a weird
gone.
answer. But
It's hard, right?
What do I think? What do I think it should be, or what do I think it is?
what I think it is probably about 80-75%.
That's what I was thinking too.
What I think
right.
What I think it should be is realistically the rotation's probably it can be equal for all I give a crap about. But the places where people are going to lose damage here is bad cooldown management,
Yes.
bad movement management, and staying alive. And honestly, if they can focus on the increasing complexity of mechanics and raids, if this helps them with that, then I don't see a problem if they can do 100%. If there is no penalty on this. Like, there should be a penalty on this, to be clear. But proving
That's a healer take. That's a very. I think that's a cool take to have. That basically you're saying that like a lot of the game should be doing the mechanics of the bosses, staying alive, and positioning yourself, and like you don't even really value pressing all your buttons in the right order that much, as long as you're not like, you know, being a complete moron. You know, like if you're not losing a cooldown and you're doing all the mechanics of the fight, you should be able to do 80% damage, even just mashing number one over and over.
If you do like a really basic builder, like take Red Paladin, you build, you spend, you build, you spend, you press wings, you build, you spend, you build, you spend, you build.
Yeah, exactly.
90%.
Yeah,
I actually think that's what this is, because you know, I think a simple rotation like these APLs are, like action logs, for those who don't use SimC, are very basic. No special conditions for cooldowns, and they are very, very basic based on number of targets.
Yeah, I mean, I don't contribute to the Moonkin one. I do some of the Moonkin theory crafting though, and I understand the Moonkin one, and Squishy linked this one. I looked through it. There are some things that aren't great about this, particularly not knowing the difference between whether or not you're supposed to Star Surge versus Starfall, depending on talent decisions. I mean, most of it is very basic, but honestly, it's not that bad. Like
it's gonna work for the majority of people, and I think that's perfectly fine.
Yeah, there is an issue with casters in particular using this, where you're probably gonna still move too much. Like you gotta be planted to cast. Like we gotta be casting, but like for most people, they were already having that problem regardless. It's not new. But I think that
But if this allows them to do that, they could actually gain a DPS increase.
I mean,
right?
It depends on the person. I think that for a lot of people, you'll probably be better off mashing Moonfire and Sunfire to move, or like than pressing nothing, right? The APL's trying to cast Wrath, but you're like in a normal situation you would press Moonfire or Sunfire while you're moving. In some situation, or you would press Star Surge there. But here you're not going to be pressing anything. You're literally just going to be queued into Wrath, but it's not casting Wrath because you're walking.
Yeah.
I mean, there's probably some situations where it's fucked, but
for the majority of people, I think this is perfectly fine. And if they're allowed to focus more on the mechanics,
this does press cooldowns, by the way. These are cooldowns.
They're mini cooldowns.
These are.
I don't know.
This is
okay.
2 minutes. Like,
let me clarify that. It seems like some cooldowns are used and some aren't. Like, I don't think on the Arcane Mage one. Oh no, Touch of the Magi is in this, so just no surge. But
the only cooldown that's not pressed your Celestial Alignment, but the rest are.
Yeah. But like to Grau's point, I think the majority of this is perfectly fine, and the GCD change or a damage change in the future just for using it allows people to actually experience the encounters in a different way rather than so being focused on the rotation. They can maybe actually help with raid mechanics instead of standing there and watching bad stuff happen and their raid blow up around them.
Do you think it's an effective way of teaching people, Squishy? I mean, circling this back, do you think that this is an effective way of teaching people how to play the game? Should the game be more like this?
I'm gonna run in front of his answer. I think from a rotation perspective, I think absolutely not. From a mechanics and learning the boss fight, oh my god, absolutely yes.
Okay.
Like if you're sitting there pressing one button and it's like, I can actually listen to the raid leader now. I don't care where I stand because I'm pressing my one button. Like, okay, now I'm gonna actually line up where I need to get knocked back on Sprocket because instead of just this button. Like, I think this will absolutely make people focus on mechanics and do way better. If assuming that they're doing the one button thing. I don't know, I assume you agree, but maybe you have other thoughts.
I'm very similar. I think there's stuff to learn from a rotation here, like very, very basic stuff, like what is your builder and what is your spender.
5, 4,
could be a very
3,
basic interpretation,
2,
but I do think the biggest thing here is it's going to allow people to experience a change in how they view. If we're talking something about raids and dungeons, they're going to be able to, probably be more aware when it comes to noticing mechanics or noticing their raids, or the other side outside of that content is they're going to be able to complete doubles faster or something like that. And I think that's all probably good things.
Should the game be more like this?
I think I personally think the amount of focus that goes into an optimal rotation is absurd.
I agree 100%.
Like,
well, it's hard. Well, okay, let me back up a little bit. Right, it's hard because it depends, right? Like, let's say you're fighting a boss and it's a patchwork boss, and it's like, actually, let me rewind a little bit. Okay, so let's say I'm doing heat, and it's been a little bit of a messy run, and we're going into the last boss, and we don't have that much time. But oh man, we're gonna pull a pack into it to give me funnel on my arcane mage, and we have bloodlust right on pull, and I have all my CDs up. And if I fucking just hit every button perfectly and do omega giga damage, like we're gonna time this key, like that's fun as shit, and like it's not really anything about WoW mechanics, but at the same time, like that's a really cool part of the game that I've never really experienced yet until I played DPS. Like I'm literally doubling the damage of everybody in my party of like actual good players because of like they're playing around me, and this is my moment. Unless I surgery and lose by 7 seconds. But you know, I think when it comes to hard raid bosses, I think that the rotations get way too hard. When it comes to really hard mythic plus packs, when there's tons of stuff going on, and when you're cycling stops and doing kicks and positioning, I think the stuff's too hard. But at the same time, like, not all of WoW is your dream. Like, sometimes in WoW you have, you know, for instance, the last phase of Galleon, which you would say is very fun, right? Like, I'm doing that too. It's not like super complicated. You know, it's very punishing if you don't get things right, but it's like, you know, you're blasting damage and you're trying to get this thing down before your raid dies, and it's like, I don't know, it's hard, right? Like, it's hard with how much of a variety there are in mechanical complexity in different raid fights to say, you know, a rotation is too easy or too hard.
I had a thought.
Oh, okay, well, I'll just start going.
No, I got it. So, I want to say how crazy it is that WoW has a fully built simulation bot to optimize rotations and gear every single time.
Dude, this game is impossible to fucking research, I will say. Yeah.
Like, think about how crazy that is, and think about being a developer for this game. Like, not only is all your stuff going to be vigorously checked by a tool that the community made, but they are probably, with the amount of time that they spend over this, going to beat your own personal simulations and math, which I think is crazy. But think about like when we were playing Thunderfolk, none of that really exists. We can do our best guess for what we think the best damage rotation is. And, you know, tell us you were playing DPS, it probably consisted of a little bit of like builder spender and a little bit of like this ability plus this ability, so I want to use these kind of...
Holy crap, Pachi! Look at how much more damage I did!
Sorry, there's a different game.
Because I'm using Hakili.
Like, you know, you have different things.
This is so dumb!
You know, that buff each other, so you want to use them in sequence and stuff like that. But like, the exact answer isn't known at the moment that we play. And so you're just doing your best guess. And were you doing optimal damage? Probably not.
Maybe.
But you slowly like improve there, and you're probably, you know, still having fun despite not doing optimal damage. WoW is not like that, you know. And this might be kind of taking a step back.
I'm gonna use my cook build for Rick Reverb because there's like phase, there's like time gated damage.
It would take a lot for Blizzard.
That phase 1, phase 2 thing.
Warcraft rotations that complicated?
I think we made them complicated.
Right. Well, again, it just comes down to like it depends on the situation. You know, like a general do okay damage on AOE or single target isn't that hard, but like to do everything perfectly. And certain classes, like during your cooldowns, yeah, you know, you mess up one little thing and it's hard, like, I don't know.
Like if Arcade Mage, you know, Growls talked about the barrage timing and the weak core and all that stuff. Like, if none of this was researched out, you would barrage at what you felt like was right. And maybe you try to figure out a better time in the future. If, you know, you compare yourself to another Arcade Mage who's barraging at a different time, you talk with them, you're like, oh, yours is so much better than mine. But there isn't like that optimal, figured out, here's the 23 conditions of when you should arcade barrage.
Oh, it's true.
Isn't WoW.
Oh, so well, another thing I think is funny is I keep reading the thing that like, oh, Blizzard sucks, or you know the rotations are gonna be bad or whatever. But it's like, no, there are like, what do you mean? Like, there's literally sim bots, like people sim characters, and every like, this is already known how to play nearly perfectly on every single class.
They could just scrape the sim APLs.
This is public APLs. Yeah, this is something that they don't even need to come up with it. They can just join every single one and just do exactly what it is.
That's what Hakili did.
Yes, exactly. And it's like, you know, to say that this is, and that's why I keep talking about numbers and tuning in this, is because it's totally up to Blizzard how they tune this knob of how much of a penalty it gives you, because ultimately it's gonna smoke everything. I posted this thing in the the Discord. You don't even really need to show it. So I looked up a guild.
I
This
am looking
guild
for
is-
a
I would
reverb
describe
radio.
as mostly pretty serious gamers. They're 4 of 8 mythic right now. They're like a casual 2-day guild. And so this is their average DPS parse on their most recent sprocket kill. Right? So what Tattles and Squishy were saying basically is like, on heroic sprocket, if you're staying alive, it's going to give you about, let's say, a 70 parse or a 75% parse, right? Yeah. That beats almost everybody in this raid. Almost like, and this is a 4 of 8 mythic guild. There are people in this guild with times 14s, 15s. There are people who are professional gamers in other games in this guild, streamers, like people who are cutting edge raiders on other characters. And I'm not saying that, okay, these guys are gonna be 1-button rotation helpers, but like, you know, if I would say a lot of people are gonna get beat by 1-button rotation plus, and Squishy would argue that 1-button rotation plus staying alive plus positioning plus doing the mechanics properly.
Yep.
And if you can do all that, more power to you. And to be honest, that's the best argument and the thing that I'm most interested about how it plays out. That maybe. You know, maybe as a healer brain, I'm okay in this world where all my DPS are just pressing 1 button and they're just actually doing the fucking job, right? Like maybe that is good. Personally, I think
about this not working for healers or tanks.
Yeah. Do you want to know the? Do you have a healer that you want to know what shows up for?
Please.
Growl, pick a healer.
Wait, like the API for the
Yeah.
one button mode?
The API for, yeah. Or and the light up one.
Oh, Disc Priest, easy.
Disc Priest. All right. Discipline.
I love the Squishy hat. This goes hard. That John
right.
Wow had
So
something for
it is in the game.
No, it is not a healing rotation. It is a damage rotation for all healers.
Oh, it's just the damage
It's
rotation.
just damage. So here it is. I linked it there. It is Shadow Word Pain if there's no Shadow Word Pain. Mind Blast, Penance, Spite. Shadow Word Death if the health is less than 20%. Holy Nova if there's 12 targets. Smite and then Penance.
That's well.
Yep. Oh yeah, Holy Nova 12 or more targets. That's a classic. People point that out on my stream. They're like, I noticed you're not Holy Novaing on that poll. I'm like, bro, I'm not counting out. Oh, there's 15 mobs. I'm gonna press Holy Nova for my 2% damage gain.
Time to Holy Nova. We're wrap it up.
Yeah.
Okay. Like, should this work for healers and tanks though? Because I feel like the answer is yes.
It does work. It does work for tanks. Tanks have their own thing.
But they said no defensives on this thing.
No defensive. I mean, yeah. What are you gonna do?
Well, so it doesn't. So it won't press any of your active mitt. It's only pressing like stuff for threat, basically.
No, it won't. I mean, does Bloody? I think Bloody Key presses Death Strike for obvious reasons because you have to.
Oh, the worst part is it probably presses it. It's like, oh, my runic power is capped. It's time to press Death Strike.
Yes, Death Strike is number 10 if runic power is above 10,000.
Every healer has that like rude awakening
This just
when they
isn't
finally get good enough to pay attention to Death Knights, and they start pugging and they see the Death Knight reach full runic power, and then immediately they just throw 2 raw natty Death Strikes at full health just to whatever do a little bit more damage, and then it's like, oh well.
Yeah, this
they died.
this is an offensive. This is an offensive Blood DK because your Death Strike is way down there.
That's good.
Okay, so again, this is my point. So it doesn't work for tanks or healers.
I don't think it would.
Not that it doesn't work for tanks or healers, but if you use it, you are going to be a floor POV tank, not an actual tank. And I promise nobody's getting fucking healed if you're doing that disc push rotation. Where are our atonements?
Yeah.
Like I wouldn't even hate. Okay, for healers, I wouldn't even hate if it was. So, like, whenever you talk about
5,
smart healing, you
4,
talk about, you know,
3,
a hot that
2,
heals the lowest health
1.
target. I wouldn't even hate if there was like a 1-button rotation for healers that was like target lowest health target, heal them. Then it's like, all right, target the next one, heal them.
Watch your
There's
step.
interesting ways to do it. I think you sort of nailed it though with the idea that whatever it is, it would have to look different from a
Killer.
DPS rotation one, right? Like one thing I was thinking of, like maybe they have like a 3-button rotation for healers, where you have like button 1 is
Sound
like
cannon.
mana efficient heal, just to like, you know, you're spamming it. Button 2 is like emergency heal, and then button 3 is like party heal. you know, and it just uses your best available target heal, single target heal in emergency, like, you know what I mean? Like something like that, I think could work, but it would have to be way different.
Watch your step.
You know, literal one button rotation.
In tanks, I would do it to where, you know, say you're playing a prot warrior or something like that, you always have one source of mit up, whether it be shield block, whether it be shield wall, whether it be shout, whether it be like whatever it is, right? But where you always have something. Where you say, sorry?
Yeah. Like, I think they could add something. I don't know if they should.
Why?
Watch wave.
There's already not enough tanks and healers. We need more, bro. We gotta get more.
I mean that's true, but you want your one button tank in your
Watch your step.
Shit, I don't want one button DPS in any of my keys, but like, that's not gonna stop them.
Haywire.
No, I just as a tank, I think doing it on like having
Spread.
these offensive
Collapse.
damage rotations so you can focus more on when you press your defensive cooldowns is actually
Spark blast ignition.
it takes the load off of like keeping threat and stuff like that, and allows the tank to actually figure out when to prioritize using their defensive cooldowns.
Right, it's almost the
Phase
opposite. It's
5,
almost like
4, 3,
you
2,
should have some sort of
1.
computational complexity because that's all you do. But like, it's almost as
Five,
if a tank, like if
4,
anything, a tank should
3,
be the one that
2,
you would want.
1.
Well, like think about bear tank, right? When bear tank is strong,
5,
that's sweet
4,
because you literally
3,
walk around
2,
one button thrash,
1.
one button iron third.
Iron Fur and Thrash macro together, same button.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Yeah, he is literally a one-button tank. He's already invented a one-button tank on some patches, and it's just like, I think that, you know, going back to what Squishy said about the upsides of it is like, well, if you're doing all your mechanics and your job properly, then okay, good job. Like, you know, I don't. He doesn't really value doing your rotation perfectly. And to be fair, like, I maybe don't a little bit either, right? If I'm saying they should lower the complexity of it, I'm saying this shit's way too complicated. This shit's way too important. We don't need that really complicated rotations. And I think that in the direction the game is going, maybe that is sort of the answer in that, you know, like, okay, I complain about defensive speed being way too crazy and needing to press all the defensives at the right time, but it's like, well, if I'm not juggling an insane combo while I'm doing that, maybe it would be fine to do like every 20 seconds figure out what defensive moves and have something ready for the shout, you know? If I'm not like completely depleting my brain of all resources while that's going on and like having to juggle that, then maybe that, you know, maybe that is the game, is learning how to keep yourself alive and where to stay.
Yeah, I think that we all three agree that the new player experience for this game is fucking terrible.
Yeah, so let me be clear to like kind of correct my class out because I'm sure there's a lot of people that text on me, growls mad that people are gonna beat them with a rotation helper or whatever. My problem is that, like, I do think that it will create some social pressure and some problems with people who get beat by the rotation helper or whatever. My main concern is that I just don't think that people should feel that they should have to.
No reverb radio.
I like the idea that it's there if people want it. The problem is that I keep trying to get at is the better it is, the more people are going to feel like they should use it.
So you want the penalty to be bigger?
Yes, basically. Yes. I think that the more people that feel like they should use it, it's gonna, like, it just makes the game less fun. You know, when you go in, it was really fun for me in the first ski to just mash one button and watch.
I think this fight was one that like I could play without
falling asleep, and I'm like,
and just go on instinct.
Like I had so many viewers, everyone was laughing, and it was like a big meme, and I'm like, I'm so bored of this already, because like that's
2 times now I beat the meta player.
Pressing one button, right? Like if you're
I really need help on single target.
With a loved one or a family member, and you don't really like WoW, but they're fucking addicted, and you can't get them off the game, so you're doing it to spend time with them, and you know you just want to chat and
they have a signet of priority too,
and press one button and not be a total burden. Like I think that's fine, you know. Like I don't see anything wrong with that, but I think
he probably got more. No, I beat him on reverb and bomb damage. Woo!
Like you know, I think people underestimate or underestimate what it's like to be the shitty person in the raid. Like being the worst person in the raid or the worst 5 people in the raid sucks. Like, you don't like that feeling when you're holding your guild back. Like, dude, anytime I play with, like, liquid guys or whatever, like, when I was raiding Cataclysm, and it was just like, bro, I'm just raiding with 20 other people who have already done this raid before, and are, by the way, the best raiders in the entire world, and they're just, like, shooting the shit, doing whatever, and I'm like, trying so hard in Cataclysm to stay alive to the stupid mechanics because I'm just bad, right? And it's like, being the shittiest person in the raid doesn't feel good already, and like, gosh, that pressure is just like, not cheating, but just like, having to give up for fun. You know, it's almost the reverse of like, I'm sure a lot of people have felt how bad it is to feel like they have to reroll off of their class, right? Like, they're playing a class and they really like it and they vibe with that class, but man, they're holding their group back and they're holding their guild back, and now they have to reroll on some easy dog shit bottom because they want to fit in. I feel like it's a similar feeling where it's like you're giving up your fun for the betterment of the group, and that social pressure is going to be there to make you do that. And that's sort of the problem that I have, and why I think it's not good for the game. And I think
I should have popped cooldowns on the trash here.
I think there should be a pretty significant penalty of using it, and I also think that, like, while I don't, you know, again, Healy's already in the game and light up buttons, blah 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 is there, so I'm not saying it shouldn't. But I do think that they should really, really look at the new player experience and teaching people and be like, how do we, like, I don't know. I mean, I'm pretty sure I could come up with an arcane mage training scenario that would teach you to be good enough to play in 12s, and I'm a complete idiot. Like, everyone's seen Janky. Like, I'm not some mage expert, right? Like, but I think I could come up with something. Like, I don't think it's going to be that hard or that much effort, and holy crap, would that be cool. Like, how much cooler of an announcement would that have been if they would have said, okay, now if you return to Stormwind, there's the master training grounds where every class has like a bronze, silver, and gold level, and by the time you're gold level, it like proves that you've mastered your class. It's like, that would be so much cooler of an announcement than, oh, you can walk around pressing one button. Like,
That's where I fail on my druid, the fucking gold trade ground.
The one counterpoint that I want to say is, like, I agree with you. People shouldn't feel pressure to do things that they don't want to do. Completely agree. But the thing is, how many people do you think you play with already use a Hikili or a GSE and you just don't know?
Bro, that's what I was saying last week.
Yeah,
How
exactly.
crazy was it that I brought that up last? I swear I didn't know. I don't know how much. Obviously, you guys can't say what you guys know, but I swear. You know what's actually crazy? Hold on, I have to read this DM. So after, literally the day after we did that, right? Someone who's been a regular viewer of mine and a viewer of the pod, he said, he basically DM'd me saying something along the lines of, he got a chance to participate in a private Blizzard playtest that demonstrated a feature of a built-in Hikili-like system and a single button press rotation. And so he was basically leaking this announcement to me without after I had said that on the pod, and then that day they announced it publicly.
Dude, I got DM'd by somebody, and they said apparently in China, botting your rotation is very common because of what you brought up on the podcast. They're like, yeah, botting the rotation is actually super common. Very frequently do these Chinese like RMTers or like salespeople like hit their one button to turn on their rotation bot, and then they just like
good.
They sit back and they just like watch.
Yes, it's really good. Okay, so I didn't want to correct you or whatever because like we were talking about cheats and stuff last when I brought it up, right? And you had basically mentioned like, you know, the more popular things are like auto gathering and like bots and like, you know, profession stuff. No, what I was saying yesterday was that's what I expected too, and 90+% of the interest in the cheats and the posts were all about rotation this, rotation that, bot this, automate this. Everything is about like, it is so overwhelmingly leaning towards people who just want to be rotation or make it easier. And to be fair, like again, it's so tough because there is that subsection of the player base that either A, is just like doing solo content and it doesn't matter, or B, like has some sort of disability, and it's like there's so many people that it's so cool that it's for, that I hate to be the guy who's against it and who's like barking about them putting it in the game. But at the same time, like again, I think they really need to be careful with you know, like making every character playable with one button. Because I feel like again, like, you know, that's my point of like, do you really learn? You know, I feel like you get into the game, you realize you suck, you're playing with your friends, and you're doing the one button after playing them because you suck and you're learning. But like, at what point do you stop, right? Like, at some point you have to rip the band-aid off and be like, all right, I'm gonna go play with my friends and I'm gonna troll and I'm gonna be doing less damage than I could because I need to learn. And it's like, well, you know, if at some point you have to rip the band-aid off anyway, like, I don't know, maybe again it could be good to see all the dungeons first and learn the mechanics. I don't know.
Someone will drop the growl right there.
Yeah, I mean, it's just so interesting. It's like so interesting of a topic.
This might be before your time, girl. Squishy, do you remember when English or Panda TV got caught rotation botting on Fed and Devourer? Oh my god, there was a clip of him. He like stood up and walked away from his computer, and his character is just Devourer. Couldn't play the deliver off the mark. It's just like a core memory of mine. It's him rotation botting on Panda Devourer. I was like, what the fuck is he doing?
But yeah, like back to the counterpoint, Growlers. For me, it's just like this thing already exists. People are already using it. Blizzard adding their version, I don't think changes.
Would you increase the penalty on it, Squishy, or do you think that?
Colossal Flash.
Do you think that?
I personally think they should allow people to choose DCD or air damage. It's kind of like I don't. Well, part of it is I don't actually know what the goal of DCD is. They always been stated as they want to make it a penalty. But like, if the goal is to actually slow things down people, then it's fine. So, but you know,
I like that idea because it makes more classes viable, right? Like, the way I see it is, there's a lot of classes that want to do a lot of things in a certain window, you know, whether it's like in your cooldowns or in like a touch of the magi or whatever, and it's like losing your GCD, you lose more like Dragon Age, yeah. Classes that really benefit from haste are gonna really hurt.
Imagine you PI some guy because you think it's the best on him, but he's just using the one button rotation. So
but yeah, like I don't appreciate how they're adding this. Like that's to me, it's adding what already exists. I don't think it's gonna change the damn thing. And kind of just fits along with add-on philosophy, which we haven't talked about yet.
Yeah, all right, talk about the add-on philosophy. So the add-on philosophy, I think that we're going to have basically zero complaints about. Blizzard basically stated that they wanted to add some of the fan favorite add-ons into the game, including damage meters, and then start to condense down all of it and improve a lot of the visual clarity on a lot of abilities just in general. And it seems like they were trying to get into a world where you don't have to have weak auras installed to be able to play the game. And they started talking about changing complexity on raid boss encounters and removing the assignment style auras in some capacity. And I was like, oh, thanks.
My scuff build got pretty close.
They kept stating that they wanted to reduce the computation.
I'm okay with that.
Of weak auras just in general. Would you think that's a fair assessment of what they said? Is there anything I missed?
You chumps really
I mean, the biggest thing is they want the game to go playable out of the box. Right? They acknowledge that you need, if you're doing challenging content, you need add-ons, which I think is step one.
Boss mods. They said that they're going to add base boss mods to the game as well, eventually.
Which is funny when we played Fellowship, we're like, whoa, this is sick.
Yeah. Dude, I just remember having this very visceral experience whenever I started playing, and I had this visceral feeling where I was like, dude, why do you have to download add-ons to play this game? This game is so dog shit. Like, that was like literally my first reaction to, yo, you need add-ons for this thing. I'm like, why? Why do I have to download third-party tools to play the game? Like, this game sucks. Like, and that's how I genuinely felt about it at the time. And I'm sure that there's a lot of people who, whenever they start the game, somebody goes, yo, you need a boss mod, or yo, you need weak auras to be able to track your abilities. And they're just like, why? This game is bad if you can't just play it out of the box.
It's really, like, I'm a big fan of this change. I've been thinking for a while that raid encounters have kept getting more and more complex. Very similar to what Mythic Plus was, you know, like last season and the season before that, where things, you know, there were 10 casters in every pack and they're casting 3 different things that you all need to interrupt or stop, and it's just like, what do? They reduce that complexity in Mythic Plus, and guess what? People will have more fun. That's crazy. And it's just like, I know, like, for me as well, it's just like, well, Mythic Raid needs to take the same action, right? Like, we need to reduce the complexity, but Blizzard acknowledges that due to the existence of weak auras, anytime they reduce the complexity, the weak auras are just going to continue doing exactly what they've been doing and making, removing any kind of mechanics that they put in there. And therefore they have to add another mechanic, which is then going to be solved by weak auras, so they have to add in another mechanic. And it's just like this ever-loving, this ever-growing cycle, which just needs to stop.
They also kind of apologized for Private Order. More or less.
A little bit.
They didn't necessarily apologize for it, but they did admit that it was like applied poorly, then the workarounds were worse than if they weren't Private Aura, and they were like, yeah, we kind of understand why this is bad.
how we did it in my day.
But
Private orders, that one was kind of obvious.
I mean, you see it once. Maybe they need to see it once. They saw the workaround, they're like, we're not doing this again, and I'm okay with that because they've kind of rolled back on Private orders a little, and that's fine, personally.
Dude, the original iteration of Brute Twister Ovanax, the egg circles were Private Aura'd, and I remember they hotfixed out the Private Aura halfway through the testing on Mythic because they were like, oh, this fight's not doable. Oh, like, yeah, that was, I can't imagine, like, you trying to YOLO that mechanic, but I think that's something that they said whenever they were talking about how they would design fights differently in the new era where weak auras seem to be a little bit less powerful. They were like, yeah, we can just like do a lot of different stuff, like slowing down the game, just giving you a little bit more time to where you can, make sure that 2 people are on top of the Brute Twister Ovanax egg, or 1 person's in the Jailer Circle. If we just like slow that down, instead of you have to do it in 8 seconds, you have 15 seconds to do it. It's way more reasonable.
Gallywix is the perfect example of that. Girl, have you got to phase 2 or phase 3 yet?
We have, yeah.
You know how long those fucking circles take to explode, man?
The TikTok
it
bombs?
feels real good, doesn't it?
Yeah, well, that's
like,
the funny thing is I remember like trying to look at, because like normally I would expect to have like very scripted movement in a part like that, like phase 2 or 3 of the last boss, but it is kind of like you just look at it and you just figure out where to go. You're like, okay, there's
exactly
here and there's circles here. Like, I'm not really like, okay, I need to move to this quadrant, and then at 6:04 I need to move to here, and then I need to go left here. Like, it's just kind of like you just look at your screen and you play the game.
I have a circle. There are people around me. Oh, I need to make room for this guy. Oh, we did it! Yay! Like, it feels good. One of the like someone I know kind of said, there are 3 like using D&D stats. There's 3 different aspects of how to make a raid encounter challenging. Right? You have the gear, or strength, you have the execution, which is the dex, and you have the planning and thinking aspect of problem solving, which is the int. And weak auras took the int equation completely out of the picture, which meant developers could really only test you on gear and execution, which is why everything was so fucking execution based recently, which I hated.
I will say, I always hated the people who came into like streams or whatever and be like, weak auras are playing the game for you. Whenever it wasn't like that at all, the fight was literally undoable without weak auras a lot of the time, and you're just like, yeah, man, I don't want to be using this weak aura, but otherwise, these other 19 schmoes I'm raiding with are going to collide with one another because they can't figure out where to go on time, and it's like, maybe you could YOLO it, but it's not even YOLOable. Like, it's not that weak auras are playing the game is unplayable without them at this level.
Yeah,
I mean, that's where I think a lot of the like classic versus retail, or like we made it this far without saying his name, he who starts with the letter A, where his opinions sort of fall apart. Is like, well, we don't really want to use the weak auras either, right? But at the same time, like, we want to go into the raid with our friends and we want to get the best gear, like, I would love to, like, it would be kind of interesting.
You want to use weak auras, or do you want to spend 800 points? Like, do you?
Right, yeah, like, it's just unrealistic in the like, the fights are designed with the weak auras in mind, so we feel obligated to use them. I don't think that we're sitting here being like, oh, look at how smart we are, we're so cool, we're weak auras, like, I think most top players hate the level of add-ons and complexity that are involved in it too, and it's just like, you just feel like you have to use it in order to compete, or in order to play the game, or get the items that you want to get, or stay in the guild that you want to be in, or whatever.
Yeah, and honestly, I think there are a decent chunk of people who would appreciate if there was more problem solving and less execution. Because when you're waiting for people to execute clearly, you've learned everything you can. It can get real boring and real frustrating real quick.
I have a question for you. Do you think problem solving's dead with how the Race World First is?
No.
Okay, explain. How would you make a fight that works well with problem solving, that you couldn't just copy a strat from a Race World First guild and get all the problems out of it?
It's not necessarily about copying a strat. It's about you figuring out why the strat works that way or what you are going to do in that situation. Like, you know, you could learn a lot of this from like logs or stuff like that, but you go into a fight like, let's say, Soaken Court, and the boss teleports a random direction. You need to know what to do if the boss moves that direction. Or actually, better example, Sprocket. You actually need to know 2 sets of movements. The fight is completely scripted, but you need to know a red movement and a blue movement for every single move on that fight. And there is, like, you could know the entire strategy, but each set of drills is going to be different. Each need to be in a different strategy. There's also the problem solving of what do I do when I need to go get a far drill or far mine and then drills are coming. That's something you need to learn. Like, there's a lot of problem solving that comes in raid encounters that aren't just, let's take the basic strategy.
Okay. Yeah, I see what you're saying.
There's a lot of nuance there.
I remember Fallen Avatar was like that for me a lot, where you had the base strat of how you were doing the fight, and it was like, it wasn't even like that difficult, but then the tricky part is like understanding when you need to get out of the beam soak and making sure that people were like understanding where they were supposed to be movement wise to make sure they were at the right angle to not let the beam contact the bullets.
I'm pretty sure players with weak auras these days would smoke Fallen Avatar.
We were Fallen Avatar, we were still...
Yeah, but that was before the time of like Air Horde and like
5,
you know,
4,
the entire raid is
3,
synced with it,
2,
with, you know, liquid
1.
raid tools, and everybody's on the same wavelength, and it's yelling at you to move into the beam and all that kind of stuff.
We did just have a big list with your group's names on it. Everybody had the same, like the not the same.
There was no, you're next in 5 seconds.
There was
and it counts down.
There was a list. There was like, wow. And then I watched Ellie do that fight without a list. I was like, I don't know how the fuck they did that without a weak aura.
Yeah.
Special command to training.
I think this is a great
2,
game. I look forward to it. I know
1.
some people are like, oh my god, what am I going to do without weak auras? But like, I
Medium
think it's a
bull.
good vision. They're going to have to put in the work. But I think this will be good for the health of the game.
They said everything cosmetic is still also
Spread.
Wednesday, so
Rubbish.
there's no cosmetic add-ons. It sounded like they were just gonna like restrict API calls on
Debuff
computation.
formation.
That sounded to me, just by listening to the interview, like what they were aimed at, like solving is that these assignment weak auras seem like they're trying to go away.
They probably just delay the log. Like, you remember they're like the Warcraft log had that like
Oh, the overlay.
Spread.
the overlay, that's what it was. Yeah, the overlay. And then for a while they delayed the combat log uploading. They'll probably do something like that to the in-game combat log, so API calls are just delayed.
Special
That's
command.
probably the easiest way to put up once they eventually get there.
How does that work with boss? I guess if they want their boss.
Well, you can't use. There's a reason they're going to be making their own boss mods, which is to use their boss mods.
Oh shit! Maybe boss monsters spawn.
Spread.
I mean, they'll probably still
I
work.
mean, that's good, though, right? Like, in my opinion, that's good.
I don't think it's a bad thing. I think it's.
I think a lot of people look at some things or some features of their favorite add-ons and either worry that they're going to be gone when they're not, or think about, oh, you know, how am I going to do Mythic Jailer without this assignment? It's like, you're not going to do Mythic Jailer, right? Like, that's why I think it's a good thing, is because, like, I think the problem is, like, when, I've been thinking about this a lot lately, to, like, you know, put it into a bunch of different ways of thinking about the game, but, you know, while, like, ultimately, when you make a game, what you're doing is you're making challenges for players. You're constantly, like, making challenges for players, and then it's the players' job to overcome those challenges. And really, any game is literally just a series of challenges or tasks or whatever. Like, that's all.
Special command.
All the developers do is throwing things into the way constantly and trying to do it in a way that's like fun or interesting. And it like breaks down in WoW when players can build the tools that they need to beat the challenge. You know? Like generally, what makes the game reasonable is the fact that the developers also give you the tools that you need. They give you the tools, you have the tools that the developers create for you, and you have the challenges that they created, and then you have to, like, you know, figure out what do I put in what area, right? Whereas when the players can make the tools, you know, it's like, imagine if you could just like, oh, I'm gonna build a jetpack and make my character fly really high in the sky and the sky will hit me. It's like, that's fucking stupid. But I mean, in theory, that's kind of what these wars are doing, is they're like, they're allowing us to create our own tools and solutions for dealing with the problems that
Special
that
command.
they created. It's like, well, it's hard for them to make fun or reasonable challenges when all of a sudden, you can just make a computer that solves the thing for you or whatever. And it's like, I don't know. I think Blizzard should have like the idea of adding is really cool, and it also like patches the problem of like, if there are shitty things with the Blizzard UI, you can just replace them. But I do feel like when it comes to specific difficult encounter design, it really falls apart with the idea that you can just create your own tool and UI or way to handle the mechanics.
Then talking about mob telegraphing in the plus also resonated pretty hard. I do hope they end up fixing that. Now, I'm really hesitant on that because they shouted out like a mob that they thought was good in Arakara with the casters, and I actually don't disagree that I think the Arakara like casters are bad in the sense of like you can kind of tell if they're casting Venom Bolt Volley. But the problem is whenever you have like 10 mobs on top of one another, there's just no way to have good visual clarity on almost anything.
Yes.
And like that to me, like then them start removing things like nameplate cooldowns while they don't want that. Like I think it's ridiculous that you need them, but at the same point, if they remove them and then they don't remove the reason that you needed them to really fix anything, like no.
I think M+ being infinitely scaling is really problematic with design for two reasons. One is what you mentioned, right? Like, well, let's say that everything is perfectly telegraphed and you can see everything easily and dodge it. It's like, well, I'm just gonna pull bigger than fuck you, like, alright, now I'm gonna pull 10 frontal guys instead of 4.
I do not have a
I'm gonna keep pulling until it's barely within reason that we can do this pull, and then there it is, And then number 2, I think that, like, one thing they constantly
look at his sticks damage.
Okay, there's 3 mobs.
He got way more single target sticks damage than I did.
And then 2
That's
of them
so
are like,
good,
oh, it's okay
man.
if casts go off, right? But the problem is that doesn't always apply depending on what key level you're doing, right? If you're doing a 10, and there's 2 mobs that are using bolt, and then 1 mob that does like an unavoidable slam, it's like, well, who cares, You just let the bolts go off, you kick the important one, and then the slam happens. But in a high key, it's like, well, 1 bolt plus 1 slam kills you through a wall. And it's just like, well, what the fuck am I supposed to do? Like, we have to stop every single bolt all of a sudden. And that's where I think that breaks down is like, they create this mob with the intention that it's allowed to shoot and get damage off, and it's supposed to be like, kind of pestering you. But the higher you go, eventually that mob all of a sudden becomes a mandatory cast, and it's like, well, but that's not really how the mob was designed, right? Like, the mob wasn't designed to be, you need to stop every single web bolt that's going off.
Yeah.
If I've already fought One-Armed Bandit, Sprocketmonger is the last one I need on Heroic, I think.
They have done a
Oh,
lot.
I still need the Gallywix
Obviously
kill.
some problem points. I think some of the really nasty ones were like Grim Batol, the like fire circle area where second boss was. There's way too many casters
Beguilers, god
the
damn.
Rookery area. There were some problems, but I think that overall they've done a good job in pushing the complexity of Mythic Plus down.
That dungeon that nobody did, City of Threads.
Oh yeah, that had a lot of
that dungeon that nobody remembers. Yeah.
Priority's tough.
No, but
I mean, Priority's got a lot of casters in it.
it does. I don't think they hit as hard though.
I must
Unless
get
I'm mistaken.
closer.
I think that, like, in general, like, you could just give casters, like, a blanket 5-second cooldown on X cast bolt. That way, if you hit them with, like, a 0-second CC, like a Fear or an Incap Roar or something like that, they don't immediately start recasting. And that would effectively, you put them on, like, a long lockout, but it's not like they're not gonna cast again. It's like hitting with a mage kick at that point, which is, mage lockout's fucking sick.
But also, I don't think that these changes will be targeting you. You're gonna know what's gonna be deadly to you anyways. Like, the visuals are gonna be for players who are first to the dungeon, like, oh my god, that's a big scary cast, considering it's impossible to tell unearths from each other. But one of the things that they also said was they want to flag, like, actually on the nameplate, I believe, a high value interrupt. I believe that's what was said.
They did say that,
Which I
yeah.
think is really true.
Yeah.
Like, maybe the cast bar has different color or stuff like that. But one more thing that we didn't cover, they did mention better default nameplates, which is needed by far.
Yeah, the nameplates in this game are fucking terrible. I think that the issue for me, the thing that I'm worried about the most is like not having the ability, like if boss mons are like completely gone, not having the ability to put sound cues on things would kind of be unfortunate. and nameplate cooldowns for they just put a bunch of fucking invisible casts on mobs. I don't even know why. And it's just like, I wish I could tell that they were about to cast this ability, and for some reason the mob is literally just now blasting me with
I'm
whatever
out of
ability.
range.
Like Chainmail in Priority Sacred Flame does this well, where you see her like, you see her cast go off when she leaps at you. Cool, I don't really need this. But then
Oh, do you think it doesn't show you the target of the cast?
yeah, but then there's but okay, first off, it doesn't show me the target that's casting on, but like that, I think that's almost like a done well ability
far
where
away.
you kind of know that the ability's happening. There's so many like Juggernauts and Atultas where it's just like, yeah, the fucking ability is up and it's immediately casting on me. I'm like, oh my, bro, sorry, my bad.
Yeah, like chargers are a good example, like cats or dogs or whatever.
Yeah, exactly. Cats in any dungeon in particular, you're just like, wow, this just leap.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised with the feedback. Like, this is clearly going to take a long time. They've already talked about sound cues, people missing that, with the cooldown manager. I wouldn't be surprised if, they can allow you with their built-in boss mods to apply sounds there.
I'm down. Like, that's good.
And then, like, if you give the feedback, like, we want, Mythic Plus. I mean, it's a pretty common thing at this point. At the very least, even in 10s, like, the majority of people I know, the casuals, the friends that I know that don't Mythic raid, that just do Mythic Plus, they have, Carathal's pack or
I need to
Ozzy's
target
pack or
something
dungeons
first.
where it has the cooldown on things. I wouldn't be surprised if they maybe made a version of that, or added to whatever feature they want.
Yeah.
Because it's technically part of Big Wig CDF.
All right, that's gonna be it of this bonus episode. Growl's gonna get to raid in a little bit. He's got a down Mythic Gallywix. We're gonna be back on Tuesday. We're gonna have a guest, Farfa, talking about the new player experience, and we're going to be discussing the Dinar walk back, and apparently there's class tuning as well. We're gonna talk about all that on Tuesday. So congratulations on this bonus episode. Shout out to Patreon. Shout out Wowhead. I'll see you guys later.
Yeah, can you read the Patreon list real quick? You forgot.
We've got a ton of news topics today. I'll try to timestamp everything and source everything and all of that. Anyway, Grand Theft Auto 6 is reportedly, honestly had no chance of release in 2025 for months, despite that being held on to as the stated release date. However, it is now getting officially delayed. Apparently, insiders with discussions on it are saying it was mostly to avoid crunch to get the game out in the 2025 date. It is now officially delayed to May 26th. However, that is just a console release date, and this being a PC-focused channel, I've got to still report that we do not have an official PC release date. Now, what kind of hardware are you going to be playing it on? We have the latest Steam hardware survey. We have the April results now that May began, and interestingly, we have now seen the 50 series debut on the charts. If I search RTX 50, you gotta actually scroll down quite a ways to get there. So we're not making a huge splash. You can see that like the most popular GPUs, by the way, is the 4060 laptop GPU specifically taking the top spot here. And again, this is holding about 5% of the Steam survey, followed by the 3060 at almost 5%, 4060 at 4.5%. Honestly, between the 3060 and then the 4060 laptop and non-laptop, that's the huge chunk of the top of the charts here, followed by a 1650, etc. To get to the 50 series, you got to scroll down quite a ways, but then we eventually get there. With the 5080 coming in at 0.18%. That's growth. Sorry, 0.38%. And actually tied here basically at 0.38%. The 5070 has joined the 5080 on the charts. The 5080 climbed from 0.2% last month to 0.38% this month. Now, that's interesting. I was curious if we would see the AMD 90 series cards here at all, and while I do see the 5070 Ti on the list coming in here at 0.28%, I am not seeing anything else on the list from the current generation. 5090 not making it on the charts yet either. But if I go like RX 90 series, I do not see anything popping up on the list. Now, that's interesting because there's been a lot of people talking about, is AMD's 90 series actually outselling NVIDIA's 50 series? And what I think a lot of people don't really distinguish on is the difference between the DIY market, in other words, you're buying a GPU separately for your system, and the actual, entire PC graphics card market, which, look at the number one result here. It is a laptop graphics card. Laptop graphics card. AMD does not have nearly the presence in the pre-built market. Laptops are just really highlighting that here, but again, pre-built systems overall. So really, I think a lot of times on channels like mine, people get really hung up in the do-it-yourself, you're buying individual components kind of space, when the vast majority of PC gamers are most likely buying a pre-built system or a laptop. And I think that's a place where NVIDIA still has by far the advantage. And I think, again, even in the DIY market, they're also capturing a huge chunk of that as well. But I think a lot of people just miss the pre-built system market, laptop market, all of that, where I think they really, truly dominate. Now, that being said, the next NVIDIA GPU coming out is rumored to be launching on May 19th. That's the 5060 non-TI version, coming in at a $299 MSRP, which again was stated as pre-tariff, so we'll have to see what prices actually look like. And AMD is going to be responding with an RX 9060 XT, which will have a 16GB and 8GB variant according to rumors. But there were also some rumors stating that the 8GB model would be canceled. The latest rumors are saying it is not going to be canceled, and it's actually in production. So if the cards are already physically produced, then it wouldn't make sense to cancel them. However, it would make sense to prioritize the 16GB variant, because depending on pricing, the 8GB variant probably won't make a lot of sense. I don't mind a budget $200 graphics card with 8GB of VRAM, but if you have a fairly powerful graphics card that's, $300 plus, I think 8GB is just not a good choice for a new purchase, especially with graphics card advancement seeming to kind of slow down. You might be hanging on to your graphics card longer than ever, and as we get into the next console cycle, 8GB already in the PS5 generation is causing some problems. I think that as we go into consoles that have even more, and consoles continue to be the main focus for game development, from their general visual design standpoint, I think that that's gonna be, anyway, I don't recommend spending a lot of money on a brand new 8GB card, even if you could make an 8GB card work if you already have one, or it might make sense as a budget GPU. Again, more reports that the 8GB version is still on track. We have videocards.com citing BenchLife as saying, as for the AMD RX 9060 XT 8GB version, reliable sources have confirmed that there are currently no plans to supply or use the product. The reports circulating in the market are just rumors, mainly triggered by the reaction to the RTX 5060 Ti, as previously mentioned. In general, again, the 8GB 5060 Ti was not well received, so there were some thoughts that maybe AMD should just cancel their 8GB card so they don't receive the bad press on that. Now, I think one thing that could matter here is if both the 8 and 16GB versions of the 9060 XT get called the XT. If the 8GB model was called the 9060, it actually had a different name. That would relieve at least some of the, tricking consumers aspect of the 5060 Ti criticism, because one of the criticisms there is that you might buy a 5060 Ti and not be super well informed on the difference between the 8 or the 16GB version. Or, like I mentioned, so many people buy pre-built systems. If you buy a pre-built that says it has a 5060 Ti, I mean, if you're just walking around in Costco or something like that, I can tell you it's not always clear if it's an 8 or 16GB model. That kind of a situation. So if there's actually a distinctly different name, like maybe the non-XT version is the 8GB model, that would perhaps be received a bit differently. But again, I think the biggest thing is also the pricing. If an 8GB card for anywhere near that $300 plus I just don't think it
Stay
makes
away
sense.
from lines.
Now, when are we getting the 9060 XTs? It looks like it's happening on May 21st for the
Watch your
announcement
step.
with Computex, but it perhaps availability won't happen until June. This is again, I found it through videocards.com, but they are citing Benchlife as their sources. So again, this is not videocards.com stating their own sources on this. They're just saying Benchlife citing their sources. So after the launch of NVIDIA RTX 5060 8GB GDDR7, AMD is also expected to launch the Radeon RX 9060 XT series graphics cards on May 21st. However, actual product availability may not occur until June. Now it says may not occur until June, so that's interesting there. Also note that AMD has launched the 9070 GRE, but that is currently a China exclusive, as far as we know, and that is a 12GB model. Now, if the price is low enough, which it doesn't appear to be, I think that might be an interesting product, but again, that's based on a cut down Navi 48, rather than being based on the Navi 44 that is coming for the 9060 series. Now, one thing if you're deciding which GPU to buy right now that could be factoring into your decision is, again, what do prices actually look like on the current market? Because, well, AMD's MSRPs look extremely competitive with NVIDIA right now. What's actually available, as far as in-stock models in the 9070s, I'd be paying over $800. Now, that might be because they sell out when they come in stock at a reasonable price, because at a reasonable price closer to MSRP, they're pretty attractive. But it's been hard to find one anywhere near MSRP, whereas the 5070 has actually been readily available at over MSRP, but not wildly so, a little over $600. So in the current market, cards like the 5070 Ti, for example, are priced actually competitively with the 9070 series. So I'm really curious with the 9060 series how that's going to play out. Also, in addition to holding closer to their MSRPs right now for NVIDIA, they've also thrown in a Doom the Dark Ages game bundle, but it has to be 5070 and higher. So the 5060 and 5060 Ti products are not getting that game bundle. Now, I've been quoting prices in the United States because that's my region, and the largest percentage of my audience is based in the United States, but a lot of my audience is global. And so globally, pricing can actually look quite different. We're getting reports of the 5070 dropping to 569 euros in France, which is actually 12% below the launch price. Now, how much of this is due to, supply and demand things versus changes in like the value of the dollar relative to other frequent currencies? There's a lot to think about there. I don't know. All I can do is say that at least at one retailer, the price is dropping a bit there. But honestly, the 5070 would be a much more attractive product if it had 16 gigabytes of VRAM, which is where the next set of rumors get kind of interesting. Are we going to get a super refresh next year using the 3 gigabyte GDDR7 modules? And that is the current rumors, but again, these are rumors, not official. So we're seeing a lot of reports that we may get a 5080 Super with 24 gigabytes of VRAM and a 5070 Super with 18 gigabytes of VRAM. Again, that would be accomplished by essentially slotting in the same number of VRAM modules, but instead of being 2 gigabyte modules, they would be the 3 gigabyte modules. NVIDIA clearly has some supply of the 3 gigabyte modules because the 5090 laptops are using them, but none of the desktop cards are using those 3 gigabyte models. And again, in general, if you're confused by the whole VRAM capacity situation, the issue is the design of the memory bit bus. You can fit a certain number of VRAM modules onto a certain number of bits, which means that the number of bits you get in your memory bus says how many memory modules you can use. But the capacity of those modules can still change the VRAM amount. So again, if you're on a card that usually has 12, because you can fit 6 modules of 2 gigabytes, if you could instead fit 6 modules of 3 gigabytes, you now get 18 gigabytes of VRAM on the same memory bit bus. That's kind of the idea there. Again, the 5080 can fit 8 2 gigabyte models, but if you could fit 8 3 gigabyte models, 8 3 gigabyte models, did I say that backwards? Anyway, you would then get up to 24. I think where this would be most interesting is on the, like, I really think the 5060 and the 5060 Ti probably should have just come with the 3 gigabyte modules, and maybe they just should have delayed their launch. Because if you, instead of having the 8 gigabyte card, what if you had, for 3 gigabyte modules, 12 gigabytes? I think for an entry-level product, 12 gigabytes of VRAM is okay right now. 8's kind of pushing it. So I think that would have been maybe a better route to go, but I don't know. I don't know the supply of the 3 gigabyte models. I don't know the cost.
Stay away from lines.
But anyway, that is the current rumors, but still, it's just rumors. All my sources will be linked in the video description if you want to take a closer look. Now, kind of the dark horse in this race is Intel. So there have been a lot of rumors about Intel canceling their more advanced versions of their Battle Mage GPUs for desktop.
Safe now.
We got the B580 and B570, which at least at their MSRPs were pretty attractive, given 10 gigabytes and 12 gigabytes of VRAM respectively, and a decent amount of performance at that price point. However, the real world market pricing hasn't been amazing. If I jump to PC Part Picker right now, if I try to go to B580, for example, it looks like I'd be spending around $290 to $300 plus, which is more than the original MSRP. B570 goes around $280. So, you know, the availability at their actual super aggressive MSRP pricing has been awesome. The other kind of thing clouding the situation has been the investigations into the CPU overhead. So if you pair them with an older CPU, you might be more likely to end up CPU limited than you would on AMD or NVIDIA GPUs. Now, the latest rumor is that Intel has shipped Battle Mage G31 GPUs to Vietnam Labs, which are the labs behind the past ARC limited edition cards. Now, the G31 GPUs would be a bigger GPU. This would be a bigger Battle Mage product. That would be interesting if this actually ends up seeing the light of day. But I don't know, guys. I have questions about the viability of a more powerful Battle Mage GPU actually due to those CPU overhead concerns. Essentially, the higher your overall frame rate, the more likely you are to become CPU limited. The exact point at which that CPU becomes limited, the exact frame rate at which that happens, is going to be a lower frame rate on the Intel cards relative to their NVIDIA and AMD counterparts due to that CPU overhead issue. Meaning, like, obviously I'm not expecting this to be a 5090 competitor, but here's what I'm trying to say. If Intel had a super powerful graphics card, something like the 5090, something insanely powerful, right? But if you paired up on the most powerful CPU, like the 9800X 3D, up against a 5090 on a
was it bombs?
3D, you would hit that CPU limit at just a massively lower and more noticeable point compared to the NVIDIA GPU. So that's obviously an extreme example of this, but if, you know, in other words, the more powerful the Battle Mage card, the higher frame rates the GPU is able to hit, and the more likely to expose those CPU driver overhead issues. Now, if the price was right, if the VRAM capacity was right, and especially if they were able to, in software updates, solve some of, or at least improve on some of those CPU limited behaviors, this could still be super interesting. And I absolutely want Intel to stay in the race, so I want this to happen. I just do have questions about how powerful can an Intel GPU get before they solve those CPU driver overhead issues, before that becomes a big problem. So that's interesting. We'll have to see. Also, Intel is reporting 10% FPS gains on their ARC 140V Lunar Lake iGPUs at 17 watts with updated drivers for the MSI Claw AI Plus, which is interesting. Now, how much of that is GPU improvements, or is it, you know, like I said, could some of that be CPU limited behavior improving? I don't know, it's hard to say. On this kind of device, I would expect you to be more GPU limited than CPU limited, but I don't know, interesting to see if Intel is improving things overall in their drivers, because there's certainly more low-hanging fruit for improvements on that side of things than with the other brands, I would say. However, it's not like NVIDIA has been driver issue free. They've been having a lot of issues since their 50 series release. They've been releasing another hotfix driver with 10 more game fixes and updates and a lot of monitor fixes. It's a big list. But anyway, take a look at those hot fixes to see if it's fixing any issues that you are currently having. I generally recommend going to hotfix drivers if they are targeting a specific issue that you're having. But if they're not targeting a specific issue you've been having, I recommend staying on the WHQL release just because those have passed more testing. Now, AMD in the CPU side of things is we're seeing leaks about new workstations, data centers, CPU lineups with Gorgon Point, Soundwave, Grado, and more. We don't have a lot of details on any of this at this point, really, so I'm not sure what I could say, other than a lot of the mainstream stuff does seem to be kind of Zen 5 refresh type situations. I don't know. I'll be interested to see where this goes and how fast we get updates. Intel is also looking to release limited stuff in 2025. Looks like only one Panther Lake configuration coming Q4 2025, with the full-scale rollout targeted for 2026. Again, all of this kind of leaks and rumors, not super official stuff at this point. And while I mostly focus on PC stuff, I think as we think about how PC pricing is looking great, honestly, consoles are seeing a lot of the same economic pressures, where the Xbox Series X and S price has been increased worldwide, with the steepest increase in the US, price of some new games increasing to $80 starting in the holiday season. That's a bit rough. Again, this is just unprecedented for console releases. Generally, you've seen the price of the console trend down over its lifespan, not up. So this is really disappointing to see, and we're kind of seeing those same stagnations in the PC landscape.
All right, once more with feeling.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Watch your step. To develop.
Sonic behavior.
Bowman coming.
Officers to test out. Houston to my success.
Activate invention.
Let's try a little experiment.
Stay away from lines.
I
Sonic
call this
behavior.
the green noise.
Watch your step.
It'll up the kill rate 20%. Didn't see that coming. Here's to a stash.
Activate
Oh,
invention.
check out the big bang.
Sonic
Checking out
behavior.
the bones.
Bowman
Try
coming.
something special. Whoops, bad badge.
Debuff
Houston
on you.
to my success. Ooh, that's a new benchmark.
Activate invention.
Let's try a little experiment. I
Sonic
call this
behavior.
the green noise. Break and land.
Watch your step.
Let's get before it sizzles. Didn't see that coming.
Run out. Keep moving. Safe now.
Best test batch yet.
Healy time! This is awesome.
Five, four, three, two,
Watch your step. Sonic PAD.
Bowman coming.
Hosting to my success.
Activate invention.
Let's try a little experiment.
Stay away from lines.
I call this the green noise.
Watch your step.
Wired, it'll up the kill rate 20%. Didn't see that coming.
Run out. Keep moving. Safe now.
Here's to a smash.
Activate
Check
inventions.
out the big bang.
Watch your step.
Sonic
Checking out your
PAD.
bones.
Bowman
Try
coming.
something special. Whoops, bad bags. Hosting to my success.
Activate
Let's
invention.
try a little experiment. I
Sonic
call
PAD.
this the green noise.
Watch your step.
Let's get before it sizzles. Didn't see that coming.
Phase change.
Void explosion.
Break it in for science.
Void explosion. Void explosion.
Watch your step.
Wired, it'll up the kill rate 20%.
Sonic
Checking out your
PAD.
bones. I
Bowman
got a
coming.
hypothesis to test out. Here's to a smash.
Activate invention.
Check out the big bang. I
Sonic
call this
PAD.
the green noise.
Watch your
Let's
step.
Let's get before it sizzles. Whoops, bad bags.
Run out. Keep moving. Safe now.
Hosting to my success.
Activate invention.
Let's try a little experiment.
Sonic
Checking out your
PAD.
bones.
Bowman
Try
coming.
something special. Didn't see that coming. Here's to a smash.
Debuff
Unstable
on you.
shrapnel. Activate
Check
invention.
out the big bang.
Stay away from
I
lines.
call this the green noise. If this is rewired, it'll up the kill rate 20%. Not enough juice.
Woo!
Streets are clear, and we got all the salvage we need. Meet me at the Galagio. It's time we blow the lid off that joint.
I think I want this. Oh, Mr. Pick Me Up too. Yeah, I think this is better for me. More mastery, right? But I might not win. Oh, 85! Oh, 85! Who won? Oh, Akko Man with the 97 strong rolls. Damn.
Go on, place your bets. But I gotta say, your odds don't look so good. Let the games begin.
Interesting. I'll miss you.
What needs fixing?
Hello. See you next time.
I think the biggest help that Hakili is doing for me is letting me know when to pop trees when I'm not waiting for my cooldowns to line up. Do I believe in this raid for Galley? Ooh. I mean... It only took us 4 attempts for Bunk Junker. Bunk Junker? What's the last guy that we just killed? Sprocketmonger. Took us 4 attempts for Sprocketmonger, and that was just because we didn't have a bomb list. I already did one arm. Yes. Should I look for a galley only kill? I mean, we're doing pretty good. I still got gacha games to do. But do I need Gallywix? I don't think so, right? Because I just need 6 bosses. I have Heroic in all slots. Unless I want a shot at the Diamond, which I'm rolling against, like, 19 other people. Yeah, that's true. Oh yeah, it is like a core group. Mentally Gone is the pug raid leaders. What did Gilo die to? Summon Gilo. I think he needs to set Chillbane as a main tank. I should probably switch to... No, I should, I'll stay single target and just wham on the boss. I think there's some good potential here. But it's like a multi-cleave fight, right? I'd still gotta die pretty fast.
Swagger all you like. You pups don't stand a chance. Flee now while you can.
They think they can stop the Ferraki.
May the light give me strength to provide a worthy challenge.
Five, four, three, two, one.
Ready to win big!
Special coming.
Nothing here, just go!
Phase change.
Money, big prizes!
Overload. Withering flame.
Nothing here, just go!
Special coming.
High roller. Fraud detected.
Special coming.
Oh my god, we survived the fraud. Play again?
Phase change.
Money, big prizes! Play again, the house always wins!
I think we had 3 coins. Do we have a lot of tokens?
Darkest memory fades when confronted.
Oh, you mean the tokens. You mean the chips. We can make feet through it. Oh!
You suffer from our failure.
Five, four, three, two, one.
Ready to win big!
Special coming.
Nothing here, just go!
Phase change.
Money, big prizes!
High roller. Overload. Withering flame.
Special coming. Special coming.
High roller.
Nothing here, just go!
High roller. roller.
Phase change.
Money, big prizes. Nothing here. Just
Special coming.
High roller. Withering flames. High roller.
Special coming.
High roller. Power charge.
here. Just
Phase change.
money, big prizes. Nothing here. Just
Special coming.
Overload. Withering flames. High roller. Withering flames.
please wait for die.
Prog detected.
Your luck run out.
Special
Mine.
coming.
Power
Nothing
charge.
here. Just I return to better luck next time. Ready to win big! Your luck, better luck next time.
Maybe I need to change specs so I can get more prio damage on those mobs? I mean, I don't know, man. Is Feeth running chips? Wait, I didn't realize... What's Feeth's... Is there a way to see his average eye level? I feel like Feeth should be higher eye level and higher eye score here. Reverb radio! I want one. Oh. The mythic ring. Mythic belt!
May the light
Big
give me strength
chest.
to provide a worthy challenge.
He's... I feel like he must be doing something, because... I don't think he should be that low on the meters here. Yeah, he's 669. Technically more eye level than me. Oh, there's an auto hammer here. All right, Dratnos has a reaction to the dinars 2 days ago.
Hello, everybody. My name is Dratnos, and today we have dinar update, big dinar update, and then also a bunch of 11.1.7 news and discussion and stuff, including the one-button rotation that is coming with 11.1.7. So a lot of stuff to cover. Let's start off with dinars, though, because dinars, I think, are the most pressing thing. At least the soonest thing. The one button thing has definitely gotten a lot of news as well. I think rightly so. So, Blizzard has announced that M+ dungeon trinkets will be available on the Dinar vendor, and you can get them on the Myth track as well. Let's read through this. So when the Turbo Boost event goes live on May 13th, it will include some additional opportunities for players who prefer Mythic Plus dungeons. By the way, since my last video on this, just in case you haven't been keeping track, they've updated the Dinars already a little bit, which is you can get your first purchase that week, and you can get 3 total purchases, so you can get them week 1, 4, and 7 if you do the quests every week of once the Turbo Boost comes out, instead of just weeks 3 and 6. So they buffed the acquisition in that way, and this is now a further buff in, first of all, the weekly quest will now provide players a choice between killing 4 raid bosses and completing 4 M+ dungeons. I wonder if this will include mix and match, like if you could do 2 raid bosses and 2 keys. But either way, you can get your dinars from either of these pathways. And additionally, the vendor will offer a selection of trinkets from Season 2 dungeons in addition to the previously planned items. Great. I think this is a huge, good change. And in fact, this is now one way that the dinar system is going to be better than the Faded and Awakened versions of the dinar systems. There are still a lot of ways that it's worse, but it is now at least better in one cool and meaningful way. So that is exciting. Nice change here. Purchasing Hero Track dungeon trinkets or Hero Track raid gear will have no requirements other than the currency cost. This means regardless of how you obtain them, you can exchange them for Hero Track raid or Hero Track dungeon trinkets. The Myth Track dungeon trinkets will require both the currency and having beaten the timer in all Season 2 M+ dungeons at 12 or higher, having unlocked the Resilient Keystone system, and of course, the Myth Track raid gear will require both the currency and a victory over the item's associated boss in Mythic difficulty, Liberation of Undermine. Our goal here is to ensure players who enjoy M+ dungeons have a way to use this new event to obtain items they may have been chasing for weeks. As always, thank you very much for your feedback. So yeah, this is a move in a good direction. Note that they made it easier to get the raid items as well on the Hero Track, because you now no longer have to kill the boss at all. You can just get the raid Hero Track. So if you're a pure M+er, you can now access Hero raid gear without killing the bosses at all. The old version of this that they announced, you could have done it from LFR anyway, so that's pretty much free as well, just a little time cost if you were a pure M+er. So what does this mean? Is this good? Well, it's better. I think it is still bad that you can't get the Myth Track raid trinkets through a more attainable pathway than killing the associated boss on Mythic, especially because all of the good raid items come from bosses 6, 7, and 8 of this tier. If this was last tier, at least you'd be able to get, Sareki Zealot's Insignia and Roshnot Cloak from doing, say, a 4 out of 8 Mythic. But this tier, if you can kill, first of all, if you can kill 4 bosses in Mythic this tier, you're killing Styx Bunkrunker on Mythic, which even to this point is still quite challenging feat. Even Rick Reverb on Mythic is quite challenging to kill. So compared to, say, timing all the dungeons on level 12, I think Rick Reverb is somewhat harder than that. Styx Bunkrunker, massively harder than that. Sprocket Monger Lock and Stock, way harder than that. And then those are the bosses that don't even give you good items right yet. And then One-Armed Bandit. One-Armed Bandit Mythic is you know, a couple hundred guilds in the world
Special
still
coming.
have killed that boss at this point. Obviously, more guilds will kill it over time, but we're talking about a level of difficulty way higher than doing all the dungeons at 12 or higher to get access to that raid loot.
High roller.
So,
Special coming.
if you are somebody who is a raider, but you are in a guild that is
High
out of
roller
mythic,
dust.
you are doing content way harder than the M+ side of this, but you are getting the worst rewards still. Or what might happen is you're purchasing the raid items because they're really good on the hero track. The other issue I have with this system is because you only get 3 purchases, if you are somebody who is progressing either raid or M+, and you purchase, you're put in this awkward spot where, like, say you're progressing One-Armed Bandit
Special
when
coming.
the system comes out. Are you supposed to buy a hero track Eye of the Ban, a hero track Joust of Diamond with the first week's, you know, dinar? Or are you supposed to buy, like, a myth track, you know, Signal of the Priory or something like that instead? If you buy any of those items, that's one of your 3 dinar purchases. You don't get a lot of those. And if you want to buy, you know, weapon, Jaster Diamond, and 1 trinket, that uses all of them. So if you spend any of that on hero track stuff, you're just going to miss out then on being able to do a myth track purchase later down the line.
Special coming.
So, I don't know. I think that this is still not great. I think on the merits, this is still worse than the Awakened and Faded versions of this. I understand that Blizzard wants to make this less generous than the Faded and Awakened versions. I would say they've already accomplished that by dropping it 3 months into the patch instead of day 1 of the patch, or 3 weeks into the patch like it was in Shadowlands. But I think that this is still, it's closer. It's really nice that you can get deterministic access to the track and plus trinkets that you really want. I think that's a really nice improvement to this. But I think that the accessibility of the mid-track raid gear, and especially given that lack of accessibility, the fact that you can't retroactively upgrade the hero track ones that you buy into myth-track ones, is still going to leave a pretty bitter taste in a lot of players' mouths. And in a lot of, you know, committed players that are enjoying the game, that are playing for a long time, and that are maybe a little bit slower to progress through the raid, you know, people that are getting late cutting edge, I think it's a real shame that this system makes those players feel worse.
Stay away from lines.
Those are, like, players that I think would be really good to make feel better with a system like this. I think that it's closer, though. It's definitely closer in a lot of cases. You know, for some specs, you want 2 M+ trinkets. Great, you know, you're totally set now, and I think it's actually going to be really fun to go and get the, you know, there are going to be a lot of players who now they're going to have a fun quest of, say you've just been farming or, you know, you've just been doing keys at, you know, 6s, but you could maybe push up to 12s. Now you have a big incentive to do that, an even bigger incentive. And once you get all the 12s, now it's like, okay, well, if I can do 4 13s, I can get, you know, the Keystone and the Hero thing, or Legends, whatever. I forget all the different names they have for them. And get that achievement for 3K, right? And, like, I think that's a really cool stepping stone to put here. I just don't think that the raid side is in a good place yet still. I think that requiring the specific boss to be killed, rather than, say, a certain number of mythic bosses killed, right? Say, like, 4, right? Like, killing mythic sticks and then being able to get all the mythic raid items, I think. If you really wanted to keep the mythicness there, or just making it so that you, this comes from Heroic, right? You kill the Heroic bosses, you know, the last 2 on Heroic drop Gilded Crests, right? They, those bosses, I don't know, like, they're supposed to be a bridge, right, between the Heroic and Mythic levels, and I think this late in the season, it would be fair to say, okay, you know, you want a Mythic House of Cards, kill Heroic One-Armed Bandit, and 4 months into the season when you get your dinar, you can purchase that thing on Mythic, and then same with Mugsy and Gallywix, because Heroic Gallywix is hard. Heroic Gallywix is comparable difficulty to doing 12 or higher. Like, if you told me, hey, go pug Heroic Gallywix, or go pug a plus 12 key, like, which of those am I going to be able to accomplish more reliably? It's probably the 12 key. I don't know, I mean, both are doable but difficult to pug, and it depends on your IO and whether you can get invited to the good groups that are out there, blah, blah, blah. But, like, those are comparable levels of difficulty, in my opinion. So, I don't know. I would say either make this a heroic requirement, or if you really want this requirement, maybe you could have a system where it's like, okay, if you kill the mythic boss, you can buy, like, you can get the myth track dungeon trinkets through this pathway, or you can get the raid trinkets through this pathway, or once you've killed mythic Gallywix, you can also get all the M+ trinkets, and once you've timed all the dungeons at 14 or 15, you can get all the raid trinkets. Something like that, right? Like a system where it's like, okay, here's another pathway to doing this. I think those sorts of, like, making it so that if you... These are the current benchmarks you need for them, and then if you exceed them, you can get the other side of the track as well, right? Mythic Gallywix gives you all the dungeon trinkets, and 14 or 15 dungeons, something like that, gives you all the raid trinkets. I think that would be another way. If they, again, I'm trying to come up with suggestions that are like, okay, if you really want to be stingy about this, if I was Blizzard, I would just implore you, like, please don't be this stingy. You are hurting a set of players that, you know, it's not me. I've killed Mythic Gallywix. I could buy the items myself, but there are a large set of players who are committed and love this game and will never have any hope of killing Mythic One-Armed Bandit Plus, and seeing that they can just never get these items when they're so good, they're so great, such great items, and obviously they can get them on Hero Track. They're just 12 eye levels worse or whatever, but 12 eye levels, it feels bad. It feels really bad to be down that many eye levels. Again, even though it's, you know, maybe only 1% or something on the sim, that feels much worse than it is. And again, given that it is only 1% on the sim, it wouldn't be that bad to just let people have them. So that is that's going to be my last, you know, I guess opinion piece on Dinars, unless they change it again. I'm going to try and not derail all my videos by talking about it, but that is my official take on the Dinars. This is a good change. It is still a system that could be great, and is instead going to be good for some players and feel really bad for a lot of others. All right, let's move on to talking about the legacy of Arathor, patch 11.1.7, where I'm going to move my camera over to this side so you can see some of the text that it was hiding. So, what do we have in 11.1.7? There's a new campaign in the Arathi Highlands, and you can get some tabards and shoulders and stuff. There's lore walking, which is, if you're level 10 or higher, you can do repeatable quest chains that include some previous quests and a few new ones, either to meet the Ethereals, travel to the Netherstorm to fight Dementius, meet up with Illyria and Locust Walker and Legion, head to Shadowlands, meet the Brokers, gain access to Tazavesh. You also meet up with Venari. Xalatath's storyline, you can do the Legion, Blade of the Black Empire, maybe this is just the Shadow Priest Artifact quest line, see Xalatath gaining her body in BFA, and go back to when Xalatath and Carapace and Azoth cutscene, I guess, the Nyalotha part of that storyline, and then Face to Pass with Arthas, Stratholm, Culling of Stratholm, Wrath of the Lich King, and then the ICC Lich King fight. This seems really cool to me. I don't know what the rewards are going to be for this. I kind of hope there's a cool reward for, like, doing each of these at least once, but I think this is a really good way so that if you're a WoW player who's been playing for like 4 years, right, and you played Shadowlands, Dragonflight, and now some War Within, there's a lot of characters that you've seen some of, but not their whole storyline, right? Like Xalatath, you haven't seen her Legion and BFA stuff. Ethereals and Illyria, you haven't seen the Legion side of that as well, and I guess the TBC, Dementius and TBC. And then, obviously, you haven't seen any of the Arthas stuff, so giving players who are either interested in the lore or, you know, joining the game later an ability to actually go and kind of catch up with potentially important characters, or maybe, I mean, at least Xalatath we know is important. We don't know about Ethereals, and presumably Arthas is not coming back, although you never know, but just as an iconic WoW storyline. This is a cool system. I don't know. I will see what kind of reward support there is for it, or if it's just something that you can do for fun. I think as long as if there is a reward, I hope it's obviously not power, but just some kind of, you know, neat little title or cosmetic for doing them all, something like that. Overcharged Delves. Things are about to become even more dangerous in Delves for you and Bran. There's a new Delve-specific affix to 6 Delves to push you to new feats of heroism or to earn more shiny loot. So half of the Delves are getting an Overcharged Delves, where you can get rare new enemies, more traps, and you get a new trait-specific tree, or trait tree specific to Overcharged Delves. Selecting the right traits can turn the tide of traps by making them more beneficial rather than a detriment to your progress. So interesting. Like, I wonder if the 4 bountiful delves each day will have 2 overcharged and 2 not. The fact that they picked one of the 2 new delves for that makes me think that's pretty likely. And there's some new rewards from this as well. There's a Titan Disc Belt that you can upgrade through a weekly quest, an overcharged mech suit, new gear, and more delves currency. Now, oops, I didn't mean to click that. They didn't say in this post, but I think in a later blue post, they said they wanted this to be optional. So that, we don't know what this Titan Disc Belt is. We don't know if this is a new Cersei circlet, because obviously if it's at that power level, this won't be optional, right? This will be something that you will feel obligated to do because it'll be a good item going into the new tier. Hopefully this is just something where it's like, this is an item that's like maybe hero track that works in delves, that's like stronger in delves, something like that. And you know, we leave it there. We don't take something up to eye level 700 or whatever like Cersei circlet would have been. So hopefully that's where this is. And yeah, this would be cool. Cool way to make the delves more fun. Get more delve currency, maybe more crests as well. Could be a good point in the season. Crests are uncapped anyways. Just let us gain even more crests if we do the overcharged delves instead of the regular ones. Cool. Then there's the new UI options, the Combat Assistant and the Single Button Assistant. The Combat Assistant is a new feature that highlights the recommended next ability based on the resources and the situation your character's in. It's designed to help new players who are trying out a new spec, or those looking for additional guidance on the abilities they should use without the need to turn to third-party apps or outside guides. This new feature is configured as an additional option that's part of the base UI to assist you with a damage rotation, no matter which specialization you're using. Cool. I think this is basically functionality that exists if you download Hikili right now as an add-on, and I think bringing it into the game, especially because this particular feature is something that would be used largely by the set of the player base that is least interested in downloading add-ons. So I think this is really nice, right? Like, this is the new players, the players who are just getting into the game. I think this is going to be a really good way to, kind of get started with a new spec. If somebody's like, hey, you want to do a key? And you look and you're like, I've already done a key on all my characters. Ooh, except for this character, but I haven't played it yet. I've never DPS'd on this guy before, right? And they need a DPS, and you can be like, okay, let me just turn on the Combat Assistant for this key and see. I kind of have it hold my hand a little bit and highlight the spells to cast next. Obviously, a huge part of how good and useful this is will be based on how good the Blizzard's ability to tell you what your next spell should be. But from what I've seen in 11.1.7 so far, it's a little bit better than I would have actually expected at clicking the right buttons. Here's the most controversial part. Both of these are controversial, but the single button assistant. In addition, a single button assistant can be used to cast the next recommended ability in the sequence. This assistant is designed to have a small additional GCD added between abilities so that it is still useful for learning new skills, aiding those who are looking for additional help, or for those who want to experience the story or game on a more casual basis. It will also detect when an AoE spell or multi-target ability should be used. So the current GCD penalty on this is, it was originally going to be 0.2 seconds, it looked like, and already on PTR now it looks like it's 0.3 seconds. This may be subject to further change. 0.2 seconds if you had no haste and you weren't a haste scaling GCD spec, represented about a 12% GCD nerf, whereas 0.3 seconds, about an 18% GCD nerf. So it's a sizable nerf to how much globals you can get per second. And then of course there's also the big thing, which is how much worse is the buttons it's pressing than the optimal rotation versus how much better is it than the buttons you'd be pressing if you were trying to do it yourself, right? And depending on the player, that gap can be wide or small. For some players this might be a DPS increase, but I think it's important that they have the GCD penalty be big enough that if you are actively trying to learn a spec, but you're not particularly good at it just yet, you should hopefully do a lot better with Combat Assistant on and clicking your own buttons than with Single Button Assistant on and not clicking your own buttons. I think there's a pretty big danger where if this is actually better for those types of players, that would be bad. However, as long as that's not true, I think this is a good feature to have in the game for those new players, but not so much for new players, for a set of new players and existing players that just want to opt out of learning a rotation. There's sort of this, a lot of the people that are opposed to this sort of viscerally don't like the idea of being able to play WoW without doing that work and without, engaging with the game that way. Particularly because for a lot of us, that's one of the biggest ways that we engage with WoW, right? One of the biggest ways that you are good at WoW is based on which buttons you click, right? Like, it's kind of one of three things of, which buttons you click, where your character's standing, and I guess there's kind of only two things, right? There's kind of only two things in WoW. I guess your character's gear and stuff is the other big thing, right? Like, and knowing how to make your character have good gear and things. So removing that from the game for players that want to opt out of it, I think there are some people who are like, no, you shouldn't be able to opt out of that, right? Like, to me, I see this as, it's pretty similar to like the guardrails in a bowling alley, right? Those go up and all of a sudden you don't really need to worry about where you're rolling the ball anymore. Like, yeah, you can still do a little bit, but now you're just having fun, right? You're not really playing bowling anymore. You kind of are, but like, it's a huge nerf to the difficulty of bowling. And I think single button assistance kind of similar. Like, now all you're worried about is where you're standing and where you're moving, but also you're still worried about defensives and living and kicking stuff and things like that. Now, I hope that they again land the GCD nerf to be big enough that nobody good ever considers this on a fight like a heroic. I hope that something that never gets said in a heroic raid is just turn on a single button assistant and then focus on living, because we'll just kill the boss if we do that. And I'm a little bit worried that even maybe at 0.3 seconds that might be true for some groups and some players, and I think that would be a pretty dangerous thing to be true. So hopefully they land the nerf in the right spot where, like, it doesn't feel awful to use this. You're not doing 0 DPS or whatever. You don't feel like a burden for clicking this. But also, there aren't cases where people who don't want to use this feel obligated to, because there's a lot going on in a raid boss fight, and even just living and standing in the right place and doing the mechanics is overloading their brain a lot. Like, I'm thinking about, if you're, say, the BM Hunter on Mythic One-Armed Bandit shooting the coins, how many BM Hunters on Mythic One-Armed Bandit would be better off with a single button assistant handling their rotation at a GCD penalty, and then just focusing fully on moving their character? I think it's important that that number is low, and hopefully pretty close to 0. I wonder if that's something that's impossible to do, to land a GCD penalty that is big enough to make that true, but also small enough that, people who actually want to use this don't feel like it's awful, right? I'm curious. My guess was that 0.2 seconds wasn't enough. I'm curious if 0.3 seconds is. Maybe that's a better place to land on this. But yeah, provided that that's not true. I think if that ends up being true, they gotta fix that, right? If it ends up being true that there's widespread cases of people feeling obligated to turn this thing on, that would be bad. But the people who just want to use this for accessibility reasons, or for just whatever personal reasons people have to not want to turn on easy mode on the game, I think easy modes in games are great and fine. As somebody who would never turn it on myself, I think that is especially in an MMO, we want this game to be big. If you are somebody who hates the idea of ever turning on single button assistant, you will still be better off if more people are playing World of Warcraft, and there's now more money and dev time and stuff going into World of Warcraft, and all those things are, if there were 100 million people playing WoW, you'd be getting more stuff than if there's 1 million people playing WoW. And something like this, if done correctly, can help with that, even if you're somebody who would never use this yourself, which, I guess I'll probably use it for content at some point, but I would never use this aside from that end, and I still think it's a good thing to experiment with. But again, it is definitely dangerous. That GCD penalty does need to be well calibrated, and it kind of depends on how bad the rotation is, because the worse the rotation that it does, the less the GCD penalty has to be, right? But the main important thing is, like, how much of a damage loss is it relative to not an optimal rotation, but a realistic rotation for the players that would use it. And that needs to still be a nerf rather than a buff to be doing this. Both of these options should aid in lowering the barrier of entry for new players. As with the new cooldown manager, it will continue to evolve over time. Yeah, cooldown manager came out in a pretty... you could tell, like, okay, this is not done yet, right? Like, this, there's a lot of ways that, especially just making it a little bit more customizable, but even just like the options and how it showed different things, and a lot of bugs and stuff. And I think that one thing that Blizzard, there was this interview, if you haven't seen it, with me, Max, and Ian Hazakostas about this and their add-on philosophy in general, and we don't see stuff about their add-on philosophy in here, but they have a goal of basically making it so that if you're a new player, you don't feel like you have to go and download a bunch of add-ons to play the game. And a lot of that is going to involve moving functionality that these add-ons bring into the base UI. And it is very important not just that they have these ideas, but specifically that they implement them well and that they continue to update them patch over patch. Rotations change a lot patch over patch. There's a lot of specs in the game. They need to make sure that they are basically, it's not just biting off more than they can chew, but they need to make sure that they're biting off something that they are committing to chew every new patch. With all of these things, with cooldown manager, with combat assistant, with single button assistant, this is a lot of maintenance. Anybody who's if you ever talk to like a WoW head guide writer, all the updates they have to do every single patch. Now Blizzard is basically committing to staying on top of all that with all of these systems as well. And I think there's a lot of trepidation from the community that like, hey, starter talent builds have been sort of added along these lines and then left by the wayside, right? Largely don't get updated when talents get updated, when good builds are changing, and now there's like huge mistakes in some of these starter builds, right? And like you look at that and you're like, okay, is that going to be true for combat assistant as well? Even if the combat assistant rotation is decently good for my spec right now,
TV.
Is it
Welcome Raiders. I was plugging a heroic earlier and listening to some WoW podcasts. I hope you had a good stream.
To stay on top of that. And I think it's
I was just plugging in a heroic undermine. We got up to one-arm bandit, but I cleared one-arm bandit and Muggsy with the guild on Tuesday, but I had to go to bed because I had a 5 a.m. on Wednesday, so I couldn't stay for the galley kill.
With these
my mod is saying I shouldn't try to plug a galley kill because I could just gamble for a Jasters on the vault on Tuesday.
That's another thing that they're looking to do is eventually, or maybe not eventually. It's hard to tell with.
I do need to do some keys, but I'll probably do that later on. I'm actually probably gonna switch off of WoW and do some gacha games here in a bit, but let me go farm some gold.
Take away from add-ons and have be done by base UI things, and
there's some really good gold dailies right now.
Features aren't updated patch over patch. It's not as much of a disaster until they remove the functionality for us to fix it with our own add-ons. As soon as they do that, it goes from being important to being like vital that these features stay good and stay current with each game patch. So that is a lot of work. Blizzard is taking on a lot of work on themselves with how frequently this game updates. It's going to be a huge amount of responsibility that they are taking that they previously had the add-on developers doing, and the end goal here is going to be that if you're a new player, you no longer have this experience after playing WoW for a bit where it's like, oh man, I have to download these 20 add-ons to play the game. That is an admirable goal, but there are a lot of ways that they could screw this up in a big way if they're not careful, so hopefully they are careful with it. And then some changes to the cooldown manager, blah, 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 no issue. That is all for the patch notes. There are, however, some WoWhead posts of some other stuff that's been data mined or seen now that the 11.1.7 PTR is up. First of all, there is a new event called Collector's Bounty. We're providing a Collector's Bounty buff, which will aid players in the hunt for legacy loot. By increasing drops in legacy content throughout Azeroth, we'll share more details when we're closer to release. So if you are somebody who does some collecting, or maybe you sometimes do some collecting, whenever this thing's up, maybe this will be a super exciting time to go and chase down, Scythe of the Unmaker, or whatever other cosmetics. Pretty cool thing that might be coming with 11.1.7, have sort of these legacy run weeks whenever this is out. Cool. And then we have a first look at some of the mounts and cosmetics coming in 11.1.7. We have a Celestial Serpent mount, some chess mounts that are maybe themed around like Karazhan chess event, this Forsaken Horse, which looks really cool. I especially like this blue version here. The Overcharged Golem, which is a reward likely from Overcharged Delves. Looks, it's a skeleton we've seen before, but I think this is a cool version of it. And then the Pirate Dragon, likely a reward from BFA Time Walking, which is coming, BFA Time Walking is coming in 11.1.7 as well, slipping into the Turbulent Timeways again, and then we are going to have a 6-week event beginning and ending with BFA of new Turbulent Timeways. Now this is not, it's not an event that I've actually partaken in myself, but it is historically a good signifier of when the patch is going to come. Not 11.1.7, but when 11.2 will come will likely be the week after the Turbulent Time Waves ends. Historically, that's been how it goes. So you can look for whenever the first week of this is going to be, and that can give us a good approximation of when the 11.2 might come out. Now, historically, they've been about 8-week patches. So if Turbulent Time Waves comes out right when 11.1.7 comes out, that might be an indication that's actually only going to be a 6-week patch. On the other hand, if we can see Turbulent Time Waves begins on week 3 of 11.1.7, that might give us information that 11.2 is likely to be, right after the BFA week. We'll have to see, but that's the main reason I personally am keeping my eye on this, because I personally can't be bothered doing these Turbulent Time Waves, time walking events. I get too bored time walking. Okay, we also have some new HD recolors of Tier 2. There's already been, of course, the HD versions of Tier 2, but now there's some recolors coming out, including a pretty cool red version of the Paladin Judgment Armor. There's obviously the purple recolors of the original Tier 2, but I think it's cool that they're doing a red recolor of this one. I like this recolor of the Priest one, too. And yeah, if you're a fan of these for your class, we'll see exactly how these are earned. They'll be available as part of the Greedy Emissary event, I guess, so that's the same time that collector buff is going to be coming out. So we'll see exactly what that ends up being. But yeah, I think that is it for our video today. Let me know what you think in the comments down below. Big video, a lot of topics to cover in this, a lot of controversy on them too, but I'm sure that we're all going to be civil in the comments, and I'm especially sure that the people who are going to type uncivil things have stayed all the way to the end of this video and will heed this advice. Thanks for watching. See you in the next one. Bye.
Huh. Alright, I gotta go play my gacha games. I still haven't decided if I want to do Battle Pass and Genshin this season, this patch.
This world is vast and wondrous. If needed, I will answer the call.
I guess the only pieces left now is gloves and a helmet. Because I have mythic shoulders, chest, and pants, and then it's the rest of the slots. Alright. Well, thanks everybody for hanging out for WoW. I do think the dinar change is a bit of a downer. I feel like overall I just have less incentive to just play the raid in general. But maybe I'll just pick up a heroic House of Cards and see if that'll be enough to carry me to all 12s. I don't know. I just feel like the system just winds up being way more lackluster and less useful for a lot of players. You know, people progressing Mythic probably would have been able to use the dinars earlier on if they could just get their trinkets from the last couple of bosses, and then they just extend the lockout, get their cutting edge, and then never farm the last bit of the raid again. But whatever. Part of me does wonder, like, once I get those extra upgrade tracks for the for gear, if certain ring combinations will actually beat out Cersei's Circlet. Right now it's not, but you know, what if? What if? I think one other thing that could also help Moonkins is make it so that the stat scaling for secondaries is, like, not so negative. So you look at Resto. Resto, you just have so much haste and mastery for the same amount of points. Like it's so much. It's not even fair how much you get. That being said, right now I have like no crit. I moved all my crit off of yeah, I basically just have no crit now. What did I do to get rid of my crit? Was it just my cape? Oh, it was the ring. I had a ring that was like crit mastery. Wait, why do I still have this? The tenure ring. That's the one. Oh, didn't I used to have crit boots? Did I sell my crit boots? So I don't see crit boots in here anymore. Oh, they were champion. But I do have crit cape. If we do like this. That's balance, baby. Wait, why is my mastery not going up? If I could get 25, 30, and 20, 25, that would be my ideal percentage. But I feel like Moonkins never get to that point until end of the expansion. When the stats finally catch up. And that's when Moonkin feels best to play. But nowadays, Moonkin just skip gearing for crit and just say... We'll just, just get crit from talents. Just crit from talents. All right, time for some gacha games. We gotta go play our anime Hoyo games. They did announce the Fate collab. Maybe I have to start topping up so I can get those Fate collab characters. No, a bunch of people are just waiting for that.
世间种种，过眼云烟。我为逝者哀哭，暮雨终将落下。那去污除秽，于你所求。身心清净。 就此凋零。
Hey, Never, thank you for the resub. Dude, I'm chilling. I have tomorrow off. I just need to wake up in time to go to the comic store. Work's about to pick up again. We had a really good month this month. I don't know if we can have a good month next month because our month of May is 3 weeks long, but we have the same sales goal as our last 5 weeks, so I don't know. Could be tricky. I got some shadow boxes to work on this week, which is I'm not looking forward to, but probably going to negatively affect our on time. I don't know. But we might have a potential candidate to be my full-time replacement, and I could just go back to being a part-time guy. Which is, for me, my goal is to just spend more time at home on artwork and also the other hobbies, because I have way too many hobbies. I do need to cut back on my spending. Even though my living expenses are low, I think I have too much frivolous spending. I bought more Gunpla, you know, I'm subscribed to a lot of Patreons. And there's a couple of figures that I want to pre-order too. My last hurrah with, is my income going to keep up? At least for this next month, I think it'll be fine. But once this month is over, I think I will have to start pruning some Patreons and whatnot. I think this month would have been fine if I didn't have to replace my GPU. I think that was probably the worst feeling part about it. The GPU and then getting the uninterruptible power supply. which right now I'm good. I got a nice 1500 amperes 600 watt one from Staples. So that's kind of locked in. I think losing dental insurance is gonna suck, but here's the thing, right? When I was paying for dental insurance through work, this last year and a half, I've been so busy with work that I've never been able to actually schedule an appointment to make use of the dental insurance. So what good is it? You know? And then I've also earned enough, you know, hours. I've worked enough hours where I can still get 401k contribution. So I'll still have, you know, be able to put some towards retirement. And then maybe if I'm earning less money, I'll also be a little bit more strict about my own budget. I think over the last year, I've definitely gone a little too frivolous on impulse purchases that I didn't need. And then I can maybe try and devote some time and effort back towards streaming too, so that I can actually, like, rebuild the channel. Because I feel like my channel basically tanked from mid-2023 onwards. But I think it's also just a case of, like, people aren't as interested watching the gacha games anymore as well. You know, I don't think Honkai Star Rail, Honkai 3rd, and Genshin are doing the same numbers that they did, like, you know, 3-4 years ago. I should make a steak right now. But yeah, I think the goal is I wanna get back to doing more art and Gunpla streams. You know, doing more model kit painting and stuff. I think that's really fun right now for me. Let's see here. Did you see the trailers for the Fate collab? I caught a tiny glimpse, and I'm kind of excited, but I feel like at most I would just get the character and the light cone, right? And I think so late? Yeah, I mean, it is really late, but I have tomorrow off, right? I just need to wake up in time to go to the comic store. I probably have to start doing the monthly card again for Star Rail if I want to participate in the collab. We get Archer for free, right? And then we just roll for we have to pull for Artorias. Is that how it's gonna work? But do we still have to pull for Archer's light cone? That's what I figured. Of course. Of course. Yeah, that's gonna suck. That's gonna suck. If that's the case, I don't know if I want it anymore. Because I still want to pull for Cypher, too. I shouldn't have let my monthly card lapse. Oh, who cares? Alright. I heard you guys like erudition, so we're gonna erudition on your erudition. I need a good healer. Buy it right now? Yeah, you're right. But see, here's the thing. I don't want to spend like $200 in a single patch again. I don't want to do that in any gacha. Like I could just put that towards some anime figures off of like who cares, like I don't know, Tokyo Otaku mode or some shit. But yeah, you're right. I should probably after stream tonight fire up the VPN and stack a bunch, right? Both here and in Genshin.
妾身来正本清，去污除圣，精灵燃息，世间种种，过眼云烟。想了解什么？不祥之兆。不喜。身心清净。 逝者哀哭，暮雨终将落下。我们该启程了。引渡徘徊。记忆是长变的泡，水面下便是。
Yeah, I don't know. Like I like that Kiana's in it. But I also, I feel like there's hoyoverse fatigue, and I might just it might just be like a Zenless situation for me, where I'll start playing for a little bit and I'll be like, it's too much work, I'm done. You know?
种种，过眼云烟。 心一动，恶意之下，我为逝者哀哭。暮雨终将落下。
Yeah, exactly. BP monthly and all. It does add up. On top of all the other subscription services that you're paying for, right? And that's the struggle for me. Is like now I gotta think about like, okay, which Patreons do I want to cut?
我们该启程了。
梦醒，不祥之兆，让妾身来正本清源。身心清净，精灵燃，世间种种，过眼云烟。我为逝者哀哭。暮雨。
Everything's a sub, but I'm not a dom yet. Oh my god. Yes, don't forget to subscribe to me too. Actually, my Patreon deactivated because I was not posting anything to it. Captain Lorray, welcome. Oh, I forgot to do this. Yeah, buy Turbo. I use Turbo as well. Wait, that means I have to spam more ads, right? Sakusuke, I have to spam some ads so that I can farm the Turbo credit from you. Wait, is that... But you don't get affected by ads! We have 8 minutes till the next ad break. Oh my god, we did it. We got 40k out of the last cycle. And we didn't even play Himiko. I would have wanted to put Himiko on this side probably. Yeah, Anaxa really does feel like, what if they combine Sue with Mobius?
不错，决定以此为据，你我都无法反悔，还想继续自讨苦吃。好奇心谜底却是乌有之，谁是食言的坏孩子？没见过好看的，思路打开，为他找你吧。
有事吗？
别走！
有施舍就有索取，钓鱼时间。
看，依此行气，重塑万物。
决定已成，以此为据，你我都无法反悔。好奇心谜底却是乌有之，还想继续自讨苦吃。
彻底疯狂！
一起上吧，赶紧的，芝麻开门，就此开路。又要拖后腿了。又欠费一次，小打小闹。好，不错嘛。谁是食言的坏孩子？没见过好看的。思路打开，好奇心谜底却是乌有之，不守规矩。决定以此为据，你我都无法反悔，还想继续自讨苦吃。芝麻开门，为他着迷吧。
看，依此行气，重塑万物。直击灵魂，彻底疯狂！
又欠费人情了，说到做到。思路打开，谁是食言的坏孩子？好奇心可是很，谜底却是乌有之。
Man, that first wave was kind of rough, but I feel like we're picking up now. I feel like it's a lot of cooking right now. I mean, this is floor 3, so maybe it doesn't matter. But there have been some times where I didn't full clear floor 3, you know. You know, just being a clearing floor 3 Andy, you're still getting so many jades. And we have Imaginarium Theater in Genshin now too. Do I play fire? I feel like Himiko really needs a fugue for this. But we still need Black Swan for this. Do I bring Castories for this? Is there any value to that? Side 2 Castories just all over these dudes with the dragon. But then again, it might be too risky, right? Because the last guy just does so much damage. I don't. Oh, whoa. Did I remember to finish leveling up his trace? Oh my god, I did that entire last floor 3 with level 1 traces. Oh no. Alright. Okay. Still a little squishy, but I think we're better suited this time. We just need 60k, right? Just 60k and we out. I can go make a steak or two.
逝者哀哭，暮雨终将落下。我们该启程了。我为逝者哀哭，暮雨终将落下。
梦醒，前尘旧梦，在此起舞吧。去污除圣，精灵燃息，世间种种，过眼云烟。命运必
我为逝者哀哭，暮雨终将落下。
想了解什么？恶运之事，水面下便是无尽深渊。
让妾身来正本清源。你是
Terrence.
不知我们
Yeah, I'll make 2 slices. It's thin steaks, but it's stuff that I need to finish eating. I bought it like months ago, but I had it in the deep freezer. I finally defrosted it. I'm like, I have to remember to actually eat it before it goes bad, you know?
身心清净，精灵燃，世间种种，过眼云烟。如今我不会手下留情。有福同享，
想了解什么？
去污除圣。
是你，我为逝者哀哭，暮雨终将落下。
不知我们见过吗？梦醒，
恶运之事，
I think I'm supposed to play Casteries for this.
熏山恶臭快些散去，身心清净。精灵燃息，世间种种，过眼云烟。哼，如今我不会手下零散，前尘旧，在此起舞吧。
我为逝者哀哭，暮雨终将落下。舍去了挣扎的功夫，生命俱灭。
命运并非选择，不祥之兆，水面下便是无尽深渊。
Yeah, this is pretty bad. We're way behind now.
过眼云烟。
我为逝者哀哭。暮雨终将落下。
不知我们见过吗？
Can I even get 35k here?
好孩子，看见没？这就是天才。说到做到。
直击灵，看，依此行气，重塑万物。
思路打开，不守规矩。好奇心可是很危，谜底却是乌有之。芝麻开门，为他着迷吧。钓鱼时机。
Oh, because he has follow-up attack?
天不人情，决定彼此为惧，你我都无法反悔。
全是食言的坏孩子。
Oh, wait, does he have faster turn speed too?
看，依此行气，重塑万物。
Oh, 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 we're getting somewhere.
不错嘛。
无中生有，直击灵。 彻底疯狂！
一起上吧，赶紧！好奇心可是很危险，谜底却是乌有之。还想继续自讨苦吃？思路打开，就此他落。
Congrats, Sensei. It's such a good part of the story, I feel like. It's sad, but it's still good. Oh, oh, I should have healed.
不守规矩，决定以彼此为惧，你我都无法反悔。
芝麻开门，全是食言的坏孩子。好奇心可谜底却是乌有之。还想继续自讨苦吃？没点长进呢。思路打开，为他着迷吧。没见过好看的，芝麻开门，钓鱼时机。
我一介孱弱书生，看，依此行气，重塑万物。直击灵，彻底疯狂！
又要拖后腿了。
又欠费人情，
什么鬼？老子走你！
点带嘛，有舍有得。别辜负了。
好奇心可是谜底却是乌有之。思路打开，就此他落。
不守规矩，
有事吗？
决定已成，彼此为惧，你我都无法反悔。
全是食言的坏孩子。
看，依此行气，重塑万物。
之，很想继续。
Well, side 2 is cooking.
一起上吧，赶紧思路打开。
Side 2 is definitely cooking.
钓鱼时间，
We might get to 60k after all.
不错。不错。
直击灵魂，彻底疯狂，看，依此神器，重塑万物。
芝麻开门，
不守规矩，
好奇心谜底却是乌有之。思路打开，就此开路。
钓鱼时间，
感谢，我也会给你所需之物实时报回。
I lost to Welt, but I lost to Welt on the fourth pull. So we were able to salvage that.
与此为惧，你我都无法反悔。
谁是食言的坏孩子？
不错。
没见过好看的。芝麻开门，好奇心谜底却是乌有之。
还想继续自讨苦吃？
一起上吧，赶紧思路打开，为他着迷吧。
不守规矩，
看，依此神器，重塑万物。彻底疯狂，直击灵魂。
又要拖后腿了。保命保命！
又欠费人情，不错。不错。说到做到。
芝麻开门，好奇心谜底却是乌有之。
钓鱼时间，与此为惧，你我都无法反悔。
谁是食言的坏孩子？
看，依此神器，重塑万物。
思路打开，就此开路。
我一介孱弱书生，彻底疯狂，直击灵魂。
Oh my god, we made it. First try. Oh. Woo. Alright. Time for some steak. I'll probably go make some tea as well. Some tea and creamer. Hold on, guys. Hold on, guys. Just taking a break. The problem with thin steaks is you have to have the pan like pretty well preheated. Because you can't like let it slow cook as you're heating. So it's like you can't let thin steaks stay on the skillet too long. Oh, chat. I also want to unbox a figure once we get to Genshin and or Star Rail. My Miethos Fuhua, I think, has arrived. So when we get to that point, we do a little unboxing. Do a little unboxing, you know what I mean? All right, let me go use the restroom, and when I come back, we'll do some seal slammers. Who that is? Tank! Tank, I'm here. You have a good night. Mass Effect Legendary Edition! Who'd you kill and who'd you let live? Who'd you kill and who'd you let live? And who'd you romance? The time for Seal Slammers, yeah. Halfway not. There would be no romancing in Mass Effect 1. What? I always romanced Ashley in Mass Effect 1. Space racist. I don't even remember who the other options were. The blue skin alien, I think she had a great romance scene in Mass Effect 1. You couldn't romance Tally, right? Not in 1. You could do it in 2. Hold on, let me take off my break text now that we're about to get slamming. PvP? Are you forced to PvP for rewards, though? Oh my god. Forced PvP, ain't no way. Can you? Hold on, really? Uh-oh. Wait! Is that really a thing? The hell? Are they serious? Self-destruct! Wow. That actually makes me upset. no. The angle's not good. God. We're wrecking right now. Cooler set of stickers! What are they doing? Oh, whoops. What am I doing? I should have just hit with rubber. Wow. Lame. Wow. Did they just throw on purpose? Watch me seal the kill, yeah. That was my first game, true. Maybe I'm still in newbie land. Hey, Commandant, what's up? I saw a glimpse of it, yeah. This guy has a pretty good idea what he's trying to do. We're having a real match now. Wow. I didn't know you could just do that. Wow, is this their comeback? I think I lose. Oh! Holy shit, that was so clutch. So we just have to play like one more round, right? Man, I keep losing the 50-50. We are seal slamming so hard right now. He can't save this one. First round and we're already 2 up. That's insane, guys. Have a good one, Never. Thanks for hanging out. No! I think it'll be worth it, because I can use... Get out of here. You got seal slammed. Wow, 3 in a row. We did it, boys. 3 in a row. Did I let you get too cocky? There's no word for stereotype in the Kremnoan language. It may be your day, but tomorrow I shall be there. Dude, that trajectory, that's too good. What the 5D chess brain was that? Holy crap! Time for the royal homecoming. Your name is... Now I am Dorian. It's wrong. No way am I doing it. Trojan, not a horse. Big data analyst. Succumbed to darkness and evolved into a dark seal. A pitch dark seal. The great. Baby seal bound by gravity. 69 damage, nice. Uh-oh, uh-oh. My own gold! I gotta get out of that corner. Oh god. I misplayed this one a little bit. I might lose. I might have to rerun this. Oh my god. Woo! 2.6k Onerix bundle. I wouldn't do it if it has the resins. I feel like you should spread that out between the bundles and like stacking monthlies, right? Or just put it towards a double top up, because the self-modeling and because all the resins don't really matter. You just naturally get those as you play more. So I think if you're trying to maximize your pulls per dollar, you should aim for either a monthly card or just use a double top up. $720 bundle? Then just do the double top up. Go for the whatever the double top up is on the Onerix shards. Because isn't $50 like what 40 like 4K or something like that? Because resets next patch anyways, right? Yeah, exactly. 6.4K. It reset this patch? Did I top up last year? Yes, I did top up last year because we topped up for Acheron, right? Yeah, I mean, same as before. I don't think you should get baited by the stuff that they bundle with the jades or the shards. Just go for best pull per dollar. Everything else is farmable, right? Everything else is farmable. You can just get resins over time. Just brutal, guys. Just brutal. Oh, no! She said going to bed. Bedge. Extra action. Alright, can I trick shot one of these guys into my other character? That's still a lot of damage. Ooh! These trick shots. Too deadly. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Trinon. It's Jover. Trinoon! Giant beast rests in the abyss. A press conference? We gotta go do our Genshin dailies here shortly. And then we have to do our Honkai Third Abyss. I feel like WoW took too long tonight. Let's seal slam! Friends! Friends, citizens, countrymen! Oh my god! That's so appropriate. That's Shakespeare, baby. That Seal Master. So all I want to do is win, 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 no matter what. Come put an end to this obsession. Oh boy. Wow. First blood. Alright. I think it's Genshin time. 690%. I mean, wouldn't this just be better? Wouldn't this just be better than this? 5-day login. But you're only getting, what, 6 pulls? How is this such a good deal? This is not. This is a good deal. One limited, one standard for $1. Hey, does this, this doesn't count Battle Pass, does it? So, like, Battle Pass doesn't count towards the spending event? Was this the one that you were looking at? Oh, I see what you mean now, Reaper. Because you're I still don't think this is worth it though. Cuz 10 pulls is what, 1600, right? 1600, you're basically blowing. I was about to say 9 pulls, but 9 pulls is, or I was about to say 3 pulls. 3 pulls, you're basically blowing 6 pulls worth. On just mats. I don't think this is worth it at all. This is a bad deal, Reaper. Don't do this. I think what you do is you just save the shards for pulls. I think that's the play. Alright, let's go do Genshin. We gotta make it quick, because then I have to go do, I gotta do Honkai 3rd. Honkai 3rd, I need to at least get Abyss done. But I think for Abyss, because it's Red Lotus, I just do side stages. Oh, but we took a -100, I think, on one of the cycles, so I could probably play the whole thing. Alright, give me 1 second. I'm gonna go back and refill my mug of tea and put away my steak plate. Oh, I also... Did I set category to Genshin? Yeah, we did. Great. Great. This is gonna be annoying. Alright, let's do it. Go to challenge. I have to explore. We have to do some exploration today. What happens now that we finish?
みずき、聞いてよ。さっきアミナと話したんだけど。イベントが始まってから流線の州の観光客が4割も増えたんだって。そんなに宣伝してないのにだよ。それはよかった。こっちもいい知らせがあるよ。ここ最近心理療法を受けに来るお客さんが前の10分の1に減ったの。つまりこのイベントで気分転換とリラックスの場を提供して悩みを忘れてもらうって目標は達成できたみたい。次はイベントをもっと大きくしよう。ビートボールだけじゃなくてもういくつか新しいゲームを追加してさ。そしたらリラックスしたいお客さんには温泉や日光浴を楽しんでもらって、盛り上がりたい人にはゲームを遊んでもらうの。これぞ流線の州の最高のバカンスだよね。よっ、モアラにみずき。お、その表情と言葉からもうビンビン伝わってるよ。満足してもらえたんだね。もちろんだぞ。たっぷり遊べただけじゃなくお腹いっぱい食べられたしな。特にあのバイキング。温泉タイムを5人前もいただいちゃったぜ。ビートボールで遊んでたこいつはご飯を食べてる時のオイラよりも勢いが凄まじかったぞ。ビートボールをやってる時の君を見たけど思わず手に汗握っちゃったよ。次またイベントをやるときは一緒に企画を考えてほしいな。うん、それは旅人の得意分野らしいしね。私もまた一緒に協力できる日を楽しみにしてるよ。いっそ旅人はムアラニの顧問に立候補したらどう？ナイスアイデア。空いてる部屋がないか聞いてみるよ。そうだ、せっかくだしみずきのお店の隣は空いてないかな。いいね。そしたらみんなご近所さんだ。毎日温泉バイキングでお腹いっぱい。決まった住所があればあんたたちを探すのも楽になるしね。まさかうちが人を探す方の立場になって考える日が。あ、シロネン、ビートボールの選曲どれも良かったぜ。遊んでると勝手に体が動いちゃったぞ。気に入ってもらえてよかったよ。ここ数日見てて分かったけど、あんたたちはミュージシャンと DJ、 多分いろんな文化の音楽を聴いてきたからかな。メロディーを聴くと自然最先端の音楽は多種多様な要素を取り入れる傾向にある。もしかしたらいつかこれ受け取って暇な時にでも聴いてみ。これはシロネンの選んだ曲がいくつか入ってるレコードでしょ。鼻歌レコードに置いたら一瞬で売り切れちゃう人気商品だよ。そういえば前にシロネンのおすすめするレコードや楽器が手に入らなくて悩んでるお客さん。水木ってそんな症状までどうにかできるんだ。彼女の負の感情を和らげて、それからレコード店でのバイトを進めただけだけどね。さすが。でもその裏技はあんま広めないでやってあげて。だな。時間を見つけてシロネンのいつかゲームを作るってなった時に今回みたいな乗れる音楽を選べるようにならないとな。じゃあ次に会う時はみんなをあっと言わせるような企画の出し合いっこだね。約束だよ。まだ今回のイベントが終わってないのにもう次が楽しみになっ。
But how do we actually listen to the mixtape? I also have to collect some stuff here for Varisa.
加速するぞ。
え、私も行っていいの？
止める勇気はあるか？
はい、私。それ。オッケー。まあ多少はムラになるはず。さっさとしまっとこ。吹き飛べダイビングヒップ。時間が。はっ急げキラキラしてる。急がなきゃ。時間が。やっ
響け額のね。
回ってドーン。はー見ててよ、泣いて。
石煙に葬られよ。コレクションに来たよ。
Oh, Jesus. I forgot about that. That spooked the hell out of me. The transition into Turbo Twirly. Oh my god. That jump scared me. Way to go, Kachina. I straight up just got jump scared.
「星と深淵を無事今日の依頼」「星と深淵を」
Alright, one more step in this quest and then we'll go play Honkai 3rd. We have to play the cooking minigame as well. For a little bit. Whoa, what is this? There's more? That's actually kind of sick. That's actually kind of awesome that there's more to discover. That's crazy. It's actually bonkers that there's like wait, there's more.
OK どよめく進学採掘食らえ渾身の一撃この天下で裁く加速するぞオッケー響け格のね加速するぞ聞け太陽の方向をアクセル全開
Kind of reminds me of like being in a turret in Halo during one of those like on-rail missions. That beam cannon.
悪くない品だ。気に入った。
時間が。
I missed.
Hi, 私。見ててよ。はっ、ち、わけ。山の地、近づかないで。
加速するぞ。石煙に葬られよ。
オッケー。行くよ。はあ。遅刻遅刻。地面から生えてきたの？遅刻遅刻。
止める勇気はあるか？
オッケー。オッケー。いった。どよめく進学か採掘スタ
この天下で裁く。散れ。
見ててよ。急げー。ん？地面から生えてきたの？時間が吹き飛べ。急がなきゃ。えへへ、キラキラしてる。時間が急げー。急げー。いや、遅刻遅刻。バリ。 からないように。
聞け太陽の矛を。散れ加速するぞ。コレクションに加えよう。
This is fun. Well, I should probably go to bed soon. Let's just get our Honkai Third side stages cleared and we'll call it a night. And I'll do more Honkai Third stuff when I wake up or after we get back from the comic book shop.
星と親友。無事今日の依頼を。
Yeah, that new area beneath the that first level actually looks really exciting. Alright, just a little bit of Honkai Third. Just a little bit of Honkai Third, and we'll be done. We can go rest. 800? 800, guys? Oh boy. Still haven't played Memorial Arena either. Oh.
把敌人全部解决就行了。该出手。空中接力。走你！该结束了，轮到我了。想好遗言了吗？太迟了。轮到我了，给我退！共舞享乐，处死方休。到此为止。向我低头吧，还没完呢！空中接力。到此为止，时间到了，爆炸了！站得太高了，给我退！共舞享乐，处死方休。到此为止。来吧！走你！到你啦，小雪奶奶！哎，转过来，吸纳转山，天罚时刻！尽情奔涌吧，星辰的铁流！该结束了。逃跑环节到此就让这道光烧尽一切。上路吧！轮到我了，祈祷吧！轮到我了，给我退！负我狂焰，与我同欢。到此为止，挣扎吧！过来！想去哪儿呀？到此为止，逃跑环节到此结束。想好遗言了吗？太迟了。空中接力，看招！是！向我低头吧，跪下！感觉如何？开宴再到结束了，逃跑环节到此结束。尽情奔涌吧，星辰的铁流！到此为止，时间到了，爆炸！站得太高了，挣扎吧，感觉如何？过来，给我退！共舞享乐，处死方休。到此为止，空中接力，来吧！走你！该结束了，轮到我了，祈祷吧！该做的久违了，松雀。灯姐，咱帮忙，不收费。该做的轮到我了，祈祷吧！
节到此结束。3号遗言了吗？太迟了。走路。呀吼！别！呼呼！向我低头吧，给我退！还没完呢。过来！撑开！到此为止。负我狂焰，与我同欢。完全不够尽兴呢，再陪我玩玩吧，好不好？
Okay, I'm starting to get tired. Starting to get tired. Kind of a bummer. I don't want to be tired. I want to keep playing.
把敌人全部解决就行了。该做点什么了。轮到我了，想去哪儿呀？过来。 护从引众，齐颂我名。到此为止。走你！一群奔涌吧，星辰的铁流。到此为止。时间到了，爆炸！向我低头吧，别叫我失望哦，小瘸子。 萨利姆大爷，给我退！还没完！慢了点呢，到此为止。负我狂焰，与我同欢。给我退！跪下！挣扎吧！
Uh-oh, game froze. Computer froze? No, just the game froze. No! Oh, we're back!
逃跑环节到此结束，就让这道光烧尽一切。向我低头吧，到此为止。护从引众，齐颂我名。
That's a real Honkai Woo moment right there.
小瘸子，萨利姆大爷，到此为止。想去哪儿呀？过来！给我退！还没完呢！到此为止。躺好了，感觉如何？想去哪儿呀？过来！还没完呢！想去哪儿呀？ 呀吼！咻！别！呼呼！快到此为止。轮到我了，祈祷吧，走路吧。空中接力，来吧！走你！呀！速战速决。久违了，松雀。灯姐，咱帮忙，不收费。轮到我了，祈祷吧。哼，我会让你们化作齑粉。是离职。哼，走路吧。哼， 站得太高了，将我退。负我狂焰，与我同欢。过来，该结束了。时间到了，爆炸！向我低头吧，到此为止。别叫我失望哦，小雀子。司令部大人，尽管吩咐。将我退。想去哪儿呀？过来，将我退。护从引众，齐颂我名。
I am definitely feeling the sleepiness.
还没完呢，将我退。到此为止，时间到了，爆抗争接力。走你！站得太高了。到此为止。想去哪儿呀？还没完呢。该结束了，时间到了，爆炸！我会让你们。 化作齑粉。
Wow. Alright, let me walk around a little bit. I started getting really drowsy in the middle of that one.
就像这样。
Oh boy. Maybe we'll just unbox Fuhua tomorrow, and maybe we'll just finish out the Abyss and then call it a night. I'm starting to fall asleep while we play Abyss, which is not a good sign. 502, are they for real? Alright, what did the leader do?
"在下李素商，请赐教，跟上喽。海上行者，与我同行。
限制解除。
别想逃，拜年时间到。特赛飞扑，以此烈火，送旧迎新，剑指万里。好吧，尝尝这个。够。不问情欲，心无忌。闪亮登场，星坠于此，愿你安眠。一切尽在掌中，和星星一同，没入被遗忘的世界吧。剑随意动，自讨苦吃。哼！现在，驱隐者终将被影吞没。吃不准吧？一袭万变，眼花了吧？收放自如，你也放假了？吃不消了？我倒是想分灭残火。那再来点破心弃命。太慢了。一心欲正。来去同心，不问情欲，心无忌。一切尽在掌中，和星星一同，没入被遗忘的世界吧。吃不消了？那再来点。眼花了吧？溃灭吧！料敌机先。别着急，我还没玩够呢。 虚点了，就说运气不错吧。
Maybe we need to switch to
我这便是独行心间之人，陪你玩玩。
switch to
无论如何，我必须做些什么。
早晨除秽，正当其
doo
时。
doo.
闪亮登场，愿你安眠。全知的羽翼将撕裂天阙，一切尽在掌中，剑指万里。
好吧，
要变快了，哼！山河千里，任我行。别想逃，想看舞蛇吗？年糕释放！独行者，火力全开，心坠于此，愿你安眠。一切尽在掌中，剑随意动，
逃不了他。驱影者终将被影吞没。
我有破绽，吃不准吧？太慢了，一击万变，眼花了吧？
分灭残火，破心气灭。
你也放假了？这一剑保你吃不了。兜着走，太慢了。刀锋料敌机先，
断尽恶影。
天涯独步，破万兵。一切尽在掌中，和星星一同，没入被遗忘的世界吧。在下李素商，请赐教。我心如
Damage is just so slow with this team. I guess I do have to start the sequence.
那么，我们就公事公办吧。
闪亮登场，愿你安眠，和星星一同，没入被遗忘的世界吧。剑随意动，
好吧，
自讨苦吃。哼！山河千里，任我行。别想逃，想看舞蛇吗？年糕释放，早晨除秽，正当其时。剑指万里，要变快了，哼！快躲开哦，独行者，火力全开，心坠于此，
驱影者
愿你安眠。
终将被影吞没。
好险！你在看哪儿？打起精神哦！日日长吹，棒棒棒棒！你也放假了？吃不消了？倒是想。那再来点。呀！眼花了吧？一清玉正。呀！来去从心。
分灭残火，破心气灭。
山河千里，任我行。别着急，我还没玩够呢。想看舞蛇吗？年糕释放，一切尽在掌中。全知的羽翼将撕裂天阙。在下李素商，请赐教。我心跟上了，到我登场。我们出发，荣光不灭。
无论如何，我必须做些什么。
一身为之，穿石破云。你在看哪儿？想看舞蛇吗？年糕释放，以此烈火，送旧迎新。剑随意动。
好吧。
自讨苦吃。天涯独步，破万兵，全力以赴。嘿，啊恰，恰，剑指万里。哼，尝尝这个。
驱影者终将被影吞没。
来去从心，太慢了。哼，自讨苦吃。一袭万变，有破绽。尝尝这个。
分灭残火，破心弃命。
收放自如，你也放下了。攻其不备，一招制胜。看剑，不问情语，心无忌。太慢了。
刀锋
一正，
断尽恶影。
抢我的！哪里跑？
月光破晓，
直贯云霄。别着急，我还没玩够呢。攻其不备，一招制胜。看剑，有破绽。
It's so slow.
这一趟，本姑娘玩的超级开心。嗯，你呢？在下李素商，请赐教。我还是少不了，这便是独行心间之人。别跟丢了，
无论如何，
来去从心。你在看哪儿？
好吧，
打起精神哦！云云长吹，鼓乐喧天，万事大吉。还是少不了我，心坠于此，愿你安眠。哼，纯之的羽翼。 将撕裂天阙，一切尽在掌中。剑随意动，要变快了！哼，天涯独步，破万兵。
现在该道别了。
啊！吃不准吧？
驱影者终将被影吞没。
闪亮登场，该动真格了。见过犹大的这种用法吗？一切尽在掌中。独行者，火力全开，心坠于此，愿你安眠。
锁定无误，分灭残火，破心弃命。
好险！这一剑，保你吃不了。 兜着走，有破绽，快躲开啊！纯之的羽翼将撕裂天阙。别着急，我还没玩够呢。想看舞蛇吗？
毁灭吧！
I don't understand how I'm supposed to have enough damage for this. So I have to stay on Susong during the transition phase.
"在下李素商。
You just ran out. Hold on. Oh, And the game bugged out.
在下李素商，请赐教。我心如剑，到我登场。星落天元。
那么，我们就公事公办吧。
你在看哪儿？打起精神哦！云云长吹，棒棒棒棒！自讨苦吃，哼！山河千里，任我行。全力以赴，月光破晓，直贯云霄。呀！天地日行，持至永恒。百战百胜，剑随意动。尝尝这个，
驱影者终将被影吞没。
实行收放自如，有扩展。来去从心，眼花了吧？要变快了，一息万变，
分灭残火，破心弃命，
自讨苦吃。刀锋放假了，
断尽恶影，
吃不消了。我倒是想，那再来点。停，太慢了，料敌机先。山河千里，任我行。到我了，别挡道，气势如虹，长刃击空。这里是我们的主场，早晨除秽，正当其时。攻其不备，一招制胜。看剑。哎，又到饭点了，咱们仨吃饭去。走喽。
I feel like I'm missing something. There's no way that this is so slow, right?
在下李素商，请赐教。我还是少不了。斗心者，与我同行。
限制解除。
到我登场。好。
无论如何，我必须做些什么。
剑随意动。
好吧。
快躲开哦！星坠于此，愿你安眠。纯之的羽翼将撕裂天阙，一切
好吧，
尽在掌中，剑指万里。尝尝这个。在下李素商，请赐教。我心还是这便是独行仙。
Yeah, I think that's a fair assessment. You basically have enough time to pull for everybody.
星坠于此，愿你安眠。
够了，
和星星一同，没入被遗忘的世界吧。一切尽在掌中，剑随意动。
好吧，
尝尝这个。不问晴雨，心无忌，全力以赴，荣光不灭。一身为具，穿石破云，剑指万里。
驱影者终将被影吞没。
来去从心，有扩展。收放自如，眼花了吧？没吃饭吗？一息万变，有扩展。来去从心，太慢了。
分灭残火，破心弃命。
你也放假了？吃不消了。我倒是想，那再来点。停，停。不问晴雨，心无忌。
That was really bad.
结束了，一切尽在掌中。和星星一同， 没入被遗忘的世界吧。
That was so bad, prematurely activating it.
别挡道，以身为据，穿石破云。这一剑，保你吃不了。兜着走，有破绽，料敌机先，结束了。我心如剑，且是不问情语，心无忌。
Okay, so if I just waited a second, I probably would have gotten 800 plus. Funny how a little malding and now I'm awake, guys. The cycle, it never goes away. The cycle continues.
在下李素商，请赐教。我心还这便是独行心间之人，到我登场，荣光不灭。那么。 我们就公事公办。月光破晓，直贯云霄。心坠于此，愿你安眠。全知的羽翼将撕裂天阙，一切尽在掌中，剑随意动。好吧。自讨苦吃。哼。 不问情语，心无忌。哈，够了！闪亮登场，独行者，火力全开。恕我告辞，障碍消除。驱影者，终将被你吞没。没吃饭吗？有破绽，一息万变。太慢了，收放自如。有破绽。 一息万变，眼花了吧？焚灭残火，破心弃命。你也放假了？吃不消了？倒是想。那再来点。呀！太慢了。料敌机先，断尽热影。到我了。别挡道。月光破晓，直贯云霄。 一切尽在掌中，全知的羽翼将撕裂天阙。吃不消了？那再来点。呀！不问情语，心无忌。
Okay, consistently 790. I screwed up. I feel like my transition was slow again.
这一趟。 本姑娘玩的超级开心，你呢
Oh, she has 2 victory animations.
在下李素商，请赐教。我还是这便是独行心间之人，到我登场，荣光不灭。那么，我们就公事公办吧。以身为据，穿石。 破云，剑随意动。
Wait。
在下李素商，请赐教。我还是独行者，与我同行。
限制解除。
到我登场，盛世在手。那么，我们在下李素商，请赐教。我心还这便是。 独行心间之人，到我登场，熏落天元。那么，我们就公事公办吧。还是少不了我。好吧。心坠于此，剑指万。
Hold on though. How come I'm not getting the Vita QTE
独行者，与我同行。
on the weapon?
到我登场，熏落天元。 无论如何，必须做些什么。闪亮登场，好吧。愿你安眠。全知的羽翼将撕裂天阙，剑指万里。尝尝这个。 情欲，心无忌，所向披靡，快躲开哦！一切尽在掌中。独行者，火力全开。现在于此，该道别了。安眠，剑随意动。
驱影者
来去
终
从心，
将被影吞没。
吃小便快乐。哼，我心如剑，收放自如，有扩展。尝尝这个。一袭万变，太慢。
焚灭残火，破心气命。
吃不准，你也放假了？吃不消了。倒是啥？那再来点。呀！山河千里，任我行。
刀锋，
眼花了吧？
请恶影，
以轻御重。呀！一切尽在掌。在下李素商，请赐教。我心还独行者，与我同行。
限制解除。
到我登场，差得远，荣光不灭。
那么，我们就公事公办。
闪亮登场，先。
Dude, the audio driver bug.
撕裂天阙，尝尝这个。不问情欲，心无忌，所向披靡，以身为具，穿石破云。快躲开哦，独行者！火力全开，先坠于此，任你安眠。剑指万里，
逃不了的。终将被影吞没。
自讨苦吃，哼！收放自如，眼花了吧？来去从心，尝尝这个。
焚灭残火，破心气命。
一袭万变，你也放假了？攻其不备，一招制胜。看剑，有扩展。一块之慢，
溃灭吧！
天涯独步，破万兵。一切尽在掌中。全知的羽翼将撕裂天阙。到我了，别挡道！气势如虹。长刃击空，吃不消了。那再来点。
So at the end, I should just skip Vita altogether. Just Susang, Dudu, Susang, right? Just skip Vita altogether.
请赐教。这便是独行心间之人。到我登场，哈！
无论如何，我必须做些什么。
先坠于此，任你安眠。
够了！
全知的羽翼将撕裂天阙，一切尽在掌中。剑指万里，
好吧。
自讨苦吃，哼！不问情欲，心无忌，所向披靡，以身为具，穿石破云。哈！剑 剑随意动，
驱影者终
一息万变，
将被影吞没。
要变快了，哼！天，收放自如，太慢了，尝尝这个，我心如电。来去从心，点花了吧？
分灭残火，
自讨苦吃，
破心弃命。
你也放假了？吃不消了？我倒是想。那再来点。山河
It
千
went
里，
too early again.
任我行。结束了，一切尽在掌中。瞧我的，哪里跑？一身为具，穿石破云。吃不消了，那再来点。有破绽，一块之半，刀锋，短情恶影。在下李素商，请赐教。我心如跟上喽。修行者，与我同行。
限制解除。
到我登场，盛世在手。
那么，我们就公事公办吧。
在下李素商。
There's gotta be a way to actually go through the transition faster, right?
行心间之人，到我登场，星落天元。
那么，我们就公事公办吧。
气势如虹，长刃击空。在下李素商，请赐教。我心驰行无穷，天涯独步，过万兵。 在下李素商，请赐教。我心如这便是独行心间之人。到我登场，星落天元。
无论如何，我必须做些什么。
以身为具，穿石破云。闪亮登场，愿你安眠。纯真的羽翼将撕裂天阙。 一切尽在掌中，剑指万里，自讨苦吃。哼！天涯独步，过万兵。
好吧，
没吃饭，所向披靡，荣光不灭。乘风而上，剑随意动。
驱影者终将被影吞没。
收放自如，点花了吧？一息万变，太慢了。收放自如，点花了吧？一息万变，太慢了。
分灭残火，破心弃命。
你也放假了？吃不消了？我倒是想。那再来点。山河千里，任我行。点花了吧？哼！ 料敌机先，到我了，别挡道！月光破晓，直贯云霄。吃不消了，那再来点。有破绽，一清玉正。
Oh my god, 800.
你在拍我吗？别错过最佳瞬间，茄子。
Well, we got to 800. But the dude's got 804. Is that just the gap with... Vita?
在下李素商，请赐教。我驰行无穷，到我登场，荣光不灭。
无论如何，我必须做些什么。
月光破晓，直贯云霄。打起精神哦！云云长吹，以此烈火，送旧迎新，剑指万里。你尝尝这个。天涯独步，破万兵，全力以赴，盛世在手。哈！别想逃，拜年时间到，贺岁飞扑！
好吧，
自讨苦吃。哼！
驱影者终将被影吞没。
一息万变，眼花了吧？来去从心，太慢了。收放自如，有破绽。来去从心，太慢了。
焚灭残火，破心气灭。
攻其不备，一招制胜。看剑，不问晴雨，心无尽。眼花了吧？以快制慢，结束了。交给我。小意思。月光破晓，直贯云霄。攻其不备，一招制胜。看剑，太慢了，料敌机先。我心如剑，且试锋芒。哎，又到饭点了，咱们仨吃饭去。走喽！在下李素商，请赐教。我心跟上喽，陪你玩玩。到我登场。哈！
无论如何，我必须做些什么。
以身为具，穿石破云。你在看哪儿？拜年时间到，贺岁飞扑！以此烈火，送旧迎新，剑指万里。
够了！
要变快了！哼！天涯独步，破万兵，全力以赴，星落天元，剑随意动。
好吧。
尝尝这个。
驱影者终将被影吞没。
实行无穷，来去从心，太慢了。收放自。
焚灭残火，
来去
破
从心。
心气灭。
你也放下了。攻其不备，一招制胜。看剑，有破绽，料敌机先。天涯独步，破万兵。这里是我们的主场，打起精神哦！云云长吹，瞧我的！哪里跑？吃不消了？那再来点。呀！在下李素商，请赐教。我实行无穷，陪你玩玩。到我登场，星落天元。
那么，我们就公事公办吧。
别想逃，想看舞蛇吗？年糕释放！要变快了，哼！山河千里，任我行。跟上，全力以赴，气势如虹，长刃击空。拜年时间到，贺岁飞扑！眼花了吧？自讨苦吃。哼！
驱影者终将被影吞没。
实习没吃饭吗？来去从心，太慢了。要变快了，哼！一息万
灭残火，
来去从
火星其命。
你也放假了？哼，这一剑保你吃不了。兜着走，山河千里，任我行。有破绽，结束了，一清玉正。准备好，来大闹一场吧！早晨除秽，正当其时。到我了，别挡道！气势如虹，长刃击空，吃不消了。那再来点。呀！
I basically need to start P2 with 870 or higher. So I need to nail this opening. I don't know.
星落天元，那么我们就公事公办吧。别想逃，打起精神哦！芸芸陶锤，棒棒棒棒！尝尝这个。山河千里，任我行。跟上，全力以赴。月光破晓，直贯云霄。拜年时间到，贺岁飞扑！要变快了，哼！
驱影者终将被影吞没。
一袭万变，有破绽，收放自如。变花了吧？我心如剑，一袭万变，有破绽。收放自如，
分灭残火，
跟上了。
火星气
你也放假了？瞧我的，我倒是想。哪里跑？准备好，刀锋，来大闹一场吧！恶影，古月喧天，万事大吉。攻其不备，一招制胜。看剑，天涯独步，破万兵，有破绽，料敌机先。所向披靡，月光破晓，直贯云霄。别想逃，想看舞蛇吗？年糕盛放，吃不消了。那再来点。
So I don't understand what lets me continue to spam weapon during the intermission phase. Like that, like sometimes I can and sometimes I can't.
荣光不灭。无论如何，我必须做些什么。想看舞蛇吗？年糕盛放，要变快了，哼！不问晴雨，心无忌，全力以赴。月光破晓，直贯云霄。拜年时间到，贺岁飞扑！自讨苦吃，哼！
驱影者终将被影吞没。
跟上，吃不准吧？一袭万变，眼花了吧？收放自如，有破绽。我心如来去从心，太慢了。一袭万变，
到此为止，
有破绽。
分灭残火，破星其命。
你也放假了？哼，这一剑保你吃不了。兜着走，结束了。天涯独步，破万兵，太慢了。以快制慢，准备好，来大闹一场吧！以此烈火，送旧迎新。想看舞蛇吗？年糕盛，到我了。别挡道！气势如虹，长刃击空，吃不消了。那再来点，刀锋，断尽恶影。
Dude, everything is so slow. Like, which abilities have time stop and which don't anymore? Like, I can't even tell. That's the kind of the crappy part about astral burst abilities. Like,
限制解除。
到我登场，星落天元。
无论如何，我必须做些什么。
星坠于此，愿你安眠。全知的羽翼将撕裂天阙，剑随意动。尝尝这个。山河千里，任我行，全力以赴，一身为具，穿石破云。闪亮登场，星坠于此。独行者，火力全开，星坠于此，愿你安眠。一切尽在掌中，剑指万里。
驱影者终将被影吞没。
来去从心，太慢了。收放自如，眼花了吧？来去从心，有破绽。一息万变，眼花了吧？要变快了，哼！
焚灭残火，破心弃命。
没吃，你也放下了。哼，这一剑，保你吃不了。兜着走，不问情语，心无忌。哼！
Oh my god, I keep forgetting that, like, when you're in burst, you have to spam weapon and not hold attack for the charge.
独行者，与我同行。
限制解除。
别跟到我登场。哈。
那么，我们就公事公办。
在下李素商，请赐教。我还是少。独行者，与我同行。
限制解除。
到我登场，哈！
那么，我们就公事公办。
直贯云霄，星坠于此，愿你安眠。和星星一同，没入被遗忘的世界吧。剑指万里，自讨苦吃，哼！不问情语，心无忌，全力以赴，上势在手。快躲开哦，独行者，火力全开，剑随意动。
驱影者
一息万变，
终将被影吞没。
吃不准吧？收放自如，太慢了，我心如一息万变。 眼花了吧？来去从心，
焚灭残火，破心弃命。
不打紧，你也放下了。
刀锋，断尽恶影。
攻其不备，一招制胜。看剑，山河千里，任我行。眼花了吧？一清玉正，到我了，别挡道。 月光破晓，直贯云霄。这一剑，保你吃不了。兜着走，有破绽，一块之慢。
I think I can 8-10. I fumbled. My transition was still slow. And I got staggered at the beginning of the phase because I missed my dodge.
在下李素商，请赐教。 我心还这便是独行心间之人。
Also, I think I found the ideal opening. I want to dodge before I mech
在下李素商，
on
请赐教。
Vita.
我心还是少不了。独行者，与
And
我
then the
同行。
timing is like perfect here. So now I double dodge.
荣光不灭。
Oh, didn't.
我们就攻。
I think something was slow.
在下李素商，请赐教。我心还是少，这便是独行心间之人。到我登场，星落天元。
那么，
闪
我们就公
亮登场
事公办吧。
愿你安眠，和星星一同，没入被遗忘的世界吧。剑指万里，要变快了，哼！山河千里，任我行，全力以赴，气势如虹，长刃。
And then I need to do one charge.
好吧，剑随意动。尝尝这个，
虚影者终将被影吞没。
来去从心，点花了吧？收放自如，有破绽。来去从心，太慢了。我心如剑，一息万变。点花了吧？你没吃饭吗？收放自如，
焚
太慢了。
灭残火，破心弃命。
你也放假了？吃不消了？我倒是想。那再来点。停。不问情语，心无忌，有破绽，一清玉正，溃灭吧！到我了，别挡道，以身为据，穿石破云，攻其不备，一招制胜。看剑，点花了吧？一块之慢，哎。
A10. I wish Susong had like some snappier finishers, right? Remember what I always used to say about why Equinox was so good, Palatinus Equinox, was because you could have like shorter burst executes. You could change your damage, your rotation based on where you needed to front load or like delay the damage finisher. Well, I'm awake, guys. I'm awake now. Neurons activated. The molding in Red Lotus. Red Lotus molding.
重定向完成，去日警戒，动态狙击。重构武装，启用手动驾驶，能量解线，全领域。轮到我了，破绽百出。来吧，万恶接斩。出现了，别想躲开，别担心，一下结束。现在是我们的时间。天哪！ 重地中招小兔 ，A 级部署。Completely prepared。检索反应，全数清除。正义制裁，现在交给我吧，瞄准你了。一击必杀，就是现在，兵不厌诈。别想逃，千日。
I've already forgotten how to play.
从去日警戒，动态狙击。Completely prepared。检索反应，全数清除。预备，点火，百发百中。轮到我了，破绽百出。来吧，万恶接斩。出现了，别担心，一下结束。 接好了，好球！时间开始流动，终结战术。 大赛武装，自由开火。
Completely prepared.
激发保险，立即解除。正义，制裁，就是现在！兵不厌诈，别想逃！击雷，千日一息。发现了，别想躲开！一击必杀，从区域警戒，动态狙击。
Completely prepared.
能量解线，全领域覆盖。预备，点火！
轮到我了，破绽百出。来吧，万恶接斩！
发现了，现在交给我吧，弹无虚发。别担心，一下结束。火力全开 ，fire！ 贴的时间，瞄准你了。好，哇吼 ，let go chunk！ 这一枪给你的，嘣！
就是现在，兵不厌诈，别想逃！千日一息。
大赛武装，自由开火。
Completely prepared.
激发保险，立即解除。完全锁定 ，attack！
轮到我了，破绽百出。来吧，万恶接斩！
发现了，百发百中。这一剑
，fully charged。
胜利是必然的嘛，这可是努力的结果。
I couldn't pull it off with this team. Couldn't do it. But at least Red Lotus is a little bit fun. Pot. Wow, congrats, rank 1 pot. Yo, Devil Robert still playing, still pushing. Oh, hey, Daki's back, guys. Daki's back from being married. Filler patch chick. This is Hikari. Oh, dreadful. Wow, Yunoya not even trying as hard either. Well, maybe Yunoya never tried as hard in MA. Jeez. It's just so sad. All the old names just... All the old names are just just not there anymore. Like Ziaz hasn't played in so long. Oh man, we hit our weekly cap. That's some sweaty honkaiing. Hit our weekly cap. Oh my god. We're almost all the way to 100 now. It's actually kind of crazy that you can still get 7 Thunders from Battle Pass. Yeah, I guess if you're a new player, would Susanna still be considered decent for a new player? No, you just pull part 2 characters, right? I mean, then again, SPA ranks are still technically like really strong for F2P, right? But maybe they just take too long to get online. Oh yes, my favorite minigame. Whoa, 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 you can't let her in the kitchen. She's a Kaslana. Bright red soup. Freshwater and nature's freshness. Nature's freshness. Oh. Spicy soup. Oh. Shelled mollusk. Vegetables perfect for stewing. Nice. Alright, after this, I think we're gonna call it a night. I am very tired, and I still need to make sure I get enough sleep so I can drive downtown tomorrow to pick up some comics. Even though my last bundle of comics that I bought, I still haven't gone through and read. So I need to sit down and catch up on those books too. Right, this is the part that's kind of exciting. I wanted to get that janitor slot unlocked. can't think anymore. Okay. I think we'll call it tonight. When I wake up, we'll do some more stuff. Alright, chat. Thanks for hanging out. I'm going to pass out now. I think female clerk A is playing Expedition 33. Enjoy.